All right, this meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Here.
Mrs. Shandy,
Here.
Mr. Wilburn,
Here.
Mrs. Yanez,
Here.
Mr. Salt.
The Pledge of Allegiance this evening will be led by Mr. Wilburn.
Will those who are able, please stand and place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Matson-Bonet, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were updates and the board was notified of these.
Thank you. Members of the board, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda? I move that we postpone indefinitely item 15A, executive session.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy,
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn,
Aye.
Mrs. Yanez,
Aye.
Mr. Salt.
Aye. Thank you. Now may we have a motion to approve the agenda with this change?
Moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy,
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn,
Aye.
Mrs. Yanez,
Aye.
Mr. Salt.
Mr. Wilburn, I believe tonight's board quote is yours. Take it away.
Tonight's quote is from former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. Education is transformational. It changes lives. That is why people work so hard to become educated and why education has always been the key to the American dream, the force that erases arbitrary divisions of race and class and culture and unlocks every person's God-given potential.
Thank you. Board, does anyone have any comments they would like to share this evening? Ms. Cons.
I want to give a congratulations to our Bridges graduates who we just got to celebrate in the atrium a couple hours ago, and super thrilling to see all they've accomplished and what they're going to do. And then just congratulations to all of our high school seniors over the next couple weeks. So be safe, but I hope you have a wonderful time with your family and friends. And we are just wishing you hope and joy and success to all of our graduates. And also, as we all know, it's Staff Appreciation Week. So just want to give a huge thank you and a bit of gratitude from us to all of our staff that's here. And really, I just hope you all feel like you've had as an amazing a year as we do, because we're just so grateful for you. And I hope it's been fulfilling and fun, and enjoy your summer.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Shandy.
last week I got to go to the McConkey Leadership Conference on Safety and Security hosted by UCCS, and it was a really amazing day. Dr. Peter Langman and George Brockler talked and just really learned about the insight of school shooters, and I got to go with Rich and Buck. And it was very insightful, a long day full of information, but really, really insightful. So thanks for encouraging me to go.
All right, I'm just going to echo Ms. Cons' remarks and say thank you to all of our teachers and educators out there. We have incredible staff, and I know it's can be long, especially this time of year. The light's at the end of the tunnel, but appreciate everything that you guys have done this year. It's been a wonderful year so far. Looking forward to finish strong, but I hope you are all able to be celebrated at your buildings in very special ways this week. Superintendent comments. Mr. Smart, I believe you have a couple of introductions you would like to make this evening.
Actually, look around the room, we got a lot of winners tonight, and some of these folks are also winners. So I just want to start with this. I had a couple interviews for the TV stations tonight, and I said, hey, this is my 15 minutes of fame. And you know what they said? No, it's 15 seconds. That's it. That's all I'm going to get. So this is my time right here. So tonight we have 5 individuals we're going to introduce for administrative positions. The first one is I'm pleased to introduce Jenny Swan, who is being recommended as a special education administrator. Jenny is joined this evening by her husband Bill and her children Patrick and Palmer. They're sitting right over there. Don't come up yet. Just hang on. Got more to say. Hang on. She's super excited. Jenny holds a Bachelor's of Science in Education from University of St. Francis. and a Master's of Arts in Educational Leadership and Special Education Administration from the University of Northern Colorado. She began her educational career in Fort Wayne, Indiana as a sixth grade teacher and RTI coordinator, and then came to Academy District 20 where she was a SPED resource teacher, and then moved over to Third Future Schools where she was a SPED coordinator, and then came back to Academy District 20 where she currently serves as a special education facilitator. We're pleased to recommend Jenny tonight for the position of Special Education Administrator. Anything you'd like to say? Yeah. Okay, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Good evening. I want to say thank you to all the board members, Superintendent Haber, Dr. Lujan Lindsay, for the opportunity to be here tonight. Also want to thank my family for all the support. I remember in third grade grading papers for my teacher, Miss Murphy, and that's when I knew I was going to be a teacher. And now I've never known a life outside of education. So Academy District 20 has become my home. My children are educated here and by all of our amazing teachers, and I'm just honored to be given this opportunity to continue to serve our students and our staff. So once again, I'm grateful for this honor, and in closing, in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week, I want to share this quote by Guy Kawasaki. "If you have to put someone on a pedestal, put teachers. They are society's heroes." Thank you.
All right, our next individual, I actually introduced her to you before. It was for the interim position, and now it's for the real, I guess, position moving forward. I don't want to say that's not really right, but moving forward. So tonight I'm going to introduce Lisa Brandt, and she is being recommended as the Special Education Administrator. She's joined this evening by her husband, Nick. And so she holds a Bachelor's of Science in Special Education, Moderate and Intensive Disabilities from The Ohio State University. Ooh, I know. You remember last time I told you about the Buckeye, that it's actually poisonous to humans? Yeah, okay. She also is pursuing her Master's in Educational Leadership from the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, and will be graduating, I believe, in May, correct? Yeah, we're hoping. Okay, yeah, moving on. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. She began her educational career in District 3 as a special education teacher and a special education instructional coach, then came to Academy District 20 as a special education behavior program facilitator. And again, she's currently serving as the interim special education administrator. And we're pleased to recommend her tonight for the position of special education administrator. Anything you'd like to say again? All right, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Thank you so much to the board and to Superintendent Haber for giving me this opportunity to be a real special education administrator now. I'm so thankful to Dr. Lujan Lindsay, Dr. Harris, Delisa for the mentorship that they've provided over the year, and also to my amazing special education team. I really feel so honored to serve our special education teachers and students across the district. I'm really just so proud of the work that we are doing as a district for our students with disabilities, and I'm just so honored to continue that work. So thank you very much.
Okay. I won't say real again. Here we go. Okay, so the next individual I'd like to introduce is Karina Bierman, and you may know her. She's currently a principal at Timberview Middle School in our district. So she is being recommended as the Pine Creek High School principal tonight. She is here with her husband, Chris, her parents, Sue and Gil, and Grandma Jackie. And I was going to say her cat Sparkles, but she doesn't have cats. So Karina holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Biology and a Master's of Arts in Curriculum and Instruction from the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. She began her career in D20 as a guest staff teacher. We love our guest staff teachers. So she started there and she went to Hawaii and she was there as a para and a science teacher. Then she moved to New Mexico as a science teacher. And then she came back to D20 as a science teacher and literacy coach in DLC. And then also was at DCC High School as assistant principal. And again, she currently serves as a principal at Timberview Middle School. We are pleased to recommend her tonight for the position of Pine Creek High School principal. Anything you'd like to say?
Hello. Thank you so much to the Board of Education and Superintendent Haber for this opportunity. I couldn't be more thrilled to serve the Pine Creek community in my dream job. I also want to thank my family who's recording me, who is here tonight with us, for your continued support and just encouragement and helping me remember to take time to spend with them and fill my soul. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to the Timberview community. You guys have made me a better principal, and I might cry. I'm going to miss them so much. It has been so much working alongside you. And to the Pine Creek High School community, thank you for trusting me in this very important position. I will make you proud, and I look forward to building hope, stability, compassion, and trust with the Pine Creek High School community. Go Eagles.
All right, next I would like to introduce Sarah Rickey, who is being recommended as the Director for Special Education Instruction. Sarah holds a Bachelor of Science in Education from the University of Wisconsin, Masters of Arts in Leadership from the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, and she began her educational career in D2 as a teacher, an avid site team coordinator, co-athletic director, and summer school administrator. Then she moved to District 49, where she was assistant principal and athletic director, and also was an assistant principal at Vista Ridge High School. She currently serves as assistant principal at Liberty High School, and so we're pleased to recommend Sarah tonight for the Director of Special Education Instruction. Anything you'd like to say?
All right, I want to express my gratitude to our school board and Superintendent Haber for entrusting me to serve our entire district community as a special education director. As a community, we will continue to foster an inclusive environment where every student, regardless of abilities, has the opportunity to thrive and reach their full potential. I will be committed to fostering collaboration, innovation, and continuous improvement in our special education programs and services. I'm truly excited about the journey ahead and the opportunity to make a positive difference in the lives of our students and families. Thank you.
We also want to thank Mr. Sisson for letting us take her because we had to wrestle for a little bit to get her. So, all right, our last one tonight. I'm pleased to introduce Shane Knight, who is being recommended as the Director for Curriculum and Instruction. Shane holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Diversified Liberal Arts from the University of San Diego and a Master's of Arts in Urban Leadership from the University of Missouri. Shane began his career in Weslaco, is that how you say it? Weslaco, there you go, Texas, where he was a 5th and 6th grade special education teacher, then went to San Diego, California, where he was a 7th grade special education teacher. Parkville, I think it's Missouri, right? Okay, just want to make sure. 8th grade special ed teacher, and then went to Kansas City. Are you a Chiefs fan? Oh gosh. Okay, anyways. All right, didn't want to say anything, I'm sure. Where he was a principal and actually was a founding principal of a school that he opened up as well. And then moved to Denver Public School District, where he was a principal in a couple different schools there. And you know, this is Broncos country, just in case you were wondering. And Shane currently serves as a strategic support coach at Sheridan Public School District. And we're pleased tonight to introduce him tonight for the position of Director for Curriculum and Instruction.
Well, thank you all for having me. I just feel very honored to come to Academy. I've watched Academy School District from afar for the 11 years I've been in Colorado, and I'm looking forward to joining and helping continue the tradition of excellence that we have in Academy as the Director of Curriculum Instruction. Thank you so much, and looking forward to working with a team of amazing, really truly outstanding educators. So looking forward to getting to know you all. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Superintendent Haber is going to go through, we have her presentation, some words, and then we'll take a quick recess and congratulate all of you. So hang tight and stick around, then we'll keep going. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Well, happy Teacher and Staff Appreciation Day. I am just so thankful for our teachers and our support staff and our administrators. Really, the people, our staff and teachers, we working together as Team One, we're really accomplishing great things for our students. And I believe that all of us together really keep our students at the center, which is really, I think, a key to our success. So I just appreciate all of you. And I had the best day ever. I got to start Teacher Staff Appreciation Day at Chinook Trail Elementary School, where they were celebrating Teacher Staff Appreciation Day. The most creative thing I think I've seen, and of course this was kind of my era, the Blockbuster era, and that was their theme. They had little Blockbuster cartridges on every table, but most importantly, really just celebrating the great work of our teachers. And one of the things that I ask the teachers to think about is, you know, when you're in your classroom and you see different students go through, you hope and you really work hard to make a positive impact with your students. And then when they leave you, you're thinking, oh, yeah, I wish I knew what happened to them. I really wish the best for them. So I asked them how many of them had the opportunity to have some of those students come back and talk to them after they graduated or later in their K-12 journey. So these two teachers on the right came up to me afterwards and they said, you know, when you asked that question, we just want to share this story with you. So Andre Condor, the teacher on the right, when she was a second grade teacher, she said she had this student who came in and would help her with her bulletin boards, and even at home wanted a mug just like hers and told her mom to get it for her. And well, now this little girl is actually a teacher at Chinook Trail Elementary with her, which I think is really an amazing story. And then Tina Gradisar, she was telling me that one of the administrators at the school was actually a student teacher next to her. So she felt like that was an important relationship. So just so many great stories out there. And tonight with my update, I'm just scratching the surface of the amazing things that happen here because of our teachers and our support staff and our administrators. So next up, I want to talk about Air Academy High School and Allie Johnson. This is great, just celebrating teachers really all the way through. Way back when I had my first coffee and conversation, I had 3 industry partners come up, Seth Harvey, Ann Caesar, and Lindsay Pack, came up to me right away afterwards, and they said, we want to partner with D20 to help you with develop career pathways and see if we can develop a talent pool that might go on and actually work in our industries. And they've been great partners. They went on the trip to the Innovation Center at Cherry Creek, meeting with some of them again next week to talk about what is that vision for El Paso County around developing career opportunities for students so that they have the skills and talents and they learn that here and then potentially stay here to fill all the different jobs that are being created. And so when we were talking about Air Academy being like an innovation center perhaps and adding a big career pathway exploration center onto the new high school, assuming we're able to have that grant go through with the Department of Defense, I thought, well, I'm going to invite, Seth and Ann and Lindsay on a field trip to Air Academy. So we're walking around and if you know Allie Johnson, she's just full of energy and enthusiasm. She came out of her room and was telling them about her shirt printing business. And Seth said, well, would you be able to do embroidered shirts? And she said, well, I guess if I had a machine. He said, well, if you had a machine, would you be able to do it? She goes, yes. A week later, we got a check for a brand new machine. And there it is. Allie had a chance to show it to me. And her students are now making the embroidered shirts for Seth Harvey and BlueStack. So Allie, if you would come up and just kind of share about that journey with your students, and then if Seth, if he's here after that, would come up, we just want to recognize him on his generosity. And I asked him if he'd be willing to share just a few pieces around the importance of those business partnerships. Allie.
there is so much that we in education and industry can do together. And to just start this relationship by saying, like, look at this cool company that took an interest in us and gave us this like just really cool piece of machinery where we all get to learn new skills together, myself included. So I just wanted to, grow and expand and give my kids as many opportunities as possible. We also do a coffee shop, and maybe coffee shop isn't their thing and a business they want to open. So maybe apparel is, maybe embroidery is. And I also think that this partnership between our companies and the rest of the city is exactly what our students need, and we need to get them out there and see all the opportunities that are ahead of them. So do you want to come up and say something?
Dr. Harvey, if you would come up, please. Yes. And I really appreciate Dr. Harvey. He is a visionary, and he is really, he's pulling us all together for another meeting at the beginning of next week to just start dreaming. What could that look like for Colorado Springs, even to just increase those opportunities? So
first off, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to tour Air Academy High School. It was awesome. As we took the tour, we saw so many really excited, passionate professionals, who are guiding our kids' future. We got to meet the DECA program and yourself, and it was amazing just listening to you and your infectious attitude about what you were teaching those kids and the exposure you were giving them to running their own coffee shop, their own screen printing business, and we couldn't be more excited to be a part of that, to help aid that journey with those kids. And I think it was a super easy decision to talk about, hey, what would it look like to be able to give those kids an opportunity? We print screen printing all the time and embroidery printing all the time for corporate wear. Why wouldn't what cooler thing to do than to be able to let those kids do that, as opposed to go to another business in the community and give them the experience of running their own business and building invoices and proposals and every aspect of business development, right? I think it's just one component of kind of a lot of the conversations that we have had about what does it look like to create an industry academic partnership in our community to really expose our kids to all the different diverse career pathways. For a kid, why should I care about geometry? Well, you care a lot about it once you start to build a cabinet and you want to make sure that thing's square and mounts to a wall. Why do I care about math or some of my other sciences? Well, you care a lot if we can expose you to career opportunities so you can see what it's like to be in that career field and use those skill sets. And hopefully it kind of instills in them an infectious passion about really mastering those skills, because they see how they can be applied for a career that they can see them wearing their hat for the rest of their life, right? And really build something special for our kids and our community that may be unique to our community and may be very different than any other communities. And in the long term, we build a sustainable career workforce development pathway for our kids to come into our businesses here in the community and support our business needs. So I appreciate the willingness for D20 to partner with us. It's so exciting to partner with the DECA program and Air Academy, so thank you very much. And we can't wait for our first order of shirts and jackets. Thank you.
So once again, congratulations to Principal Pat Shoemaker and Chief Technology Officer Shelley Kuzer. They won some state awards with CASE, and we had a chance to celebrate them recently at a wonderful celebration in Denver. Push the wrong button, there we go. This is a huge celebration and so apropos for Teacher Appreciation Week. These are amazing awards that are given out by the State Department of Education, and look how many schools in our district are getting those awards. So on the left, the John Irwin Schools of Excellence, they're given to schools that demonstrate exceptional academic achievement over time. These schools receive an exceeds expectations rating on the academic achievement indicator of the school performance framework, reflecting exceptional performance in math, English language arts, and science. So you can see Antelope Trails Elementary, Challenger Middle School, Chinook Trail Middle School, Discovery Canyon Campus Elementary, Discovery Canyon Campus Middle School, Eagle View Middle School, Foothills Elementary School, Mountain View Elementary School, Pine Creek High School, Ranch Creek Elementary, TCA College Pathways, the Classical Academy Charter, and the Classical Academy Middle School, all meeting those requirements. And then the governor's Distinguished Improvement Awards. These awards are given to schools that demonstrate exceptional student growth on the school performance framework that's used by the state to evaluate schools. These schools exceed expectations on the indicator related to longitudinal academic growth at all grade levels. So those schools include Academy International Elementary School, Frontier Elementary School, Pioneer Elementary School, Village Middle School, and Woodman Roberts Elementary School. And then we had schools that won both awards. And that was those schools were Rock Rimmon Elementary and the Classical Academy High School. So, so much to celebrate here because of our amazing teachers and all the different people that support their work in the classroom. At the end of this time period, we're going to ask those principals, we ask you to be here, to please stay, and we want to be able to get a picture of all the John Irwin School who are here, the Colorado Governor's Distinguished Improvement, and then the schools that won both. So principals, if you'll just hang tight and we'll just take a few photos. And Susan, do you want to share more about your work with them?
So good evening, board. In our role in learning services, and a lot of us are here tonight, we get the daily privilege of working alongside principals and teachers and supporting their work in their schools. So I just jotted down a few thoughts. I believe that our focus on continuous improvement and never being satisfied and always getting better really is the driving force of excellence, never settling for what we were successful for the day before. And I see that in all of our principals all of our principals, but especially those here that are here tonight. Teamwork, huge. Collaboration, our professional learning community work and our focus there, having teachers focused on data, on curriculum, just talking about students, how they're performing, what interventions they need. I believe also that philosophy that ensuring all students get what they need, which is through our multi-tiered system of support. Our systems and structures that our principals have put in their schools are incredible. And all high-performing schools, I would say, and especially our schools in District 20 have strong leadership. And strong leadership is just essential because all of these leaders also build a very strong sense of collective efficacy in their schools where they believe all kids belong to all of us and that any student we can teach. And that mindset is huge. If you don't have that mindset, you're not going to have the success that you have. So that would be pretty much what I would say. I just want all of them to know and all of you to know it's an honor working with these principals and their schools and their staff on a daily basis.
I've had the opportunity to go to several different schools. Mr. Director Wilburn and I went to Timberview Middle School, and there was a session done by a group named Tessa, which is up in the left-hand corner there, and they were working with students to raise their awareness around bullying. What does it look like? How could you intervene if you see that happening to students in hallways or classrooms or outside? And then are there some things that we can do together as a school? And this was particular to 7th grade to help prevent it. We had a chance to go to the 6th grade ceramics with Kat McConnell and 6th grade band with Melissa Ellenberger, and the band was incredible. Like for 6th grade, Derek and I were like, wow, like they really sounded good. So that was super fun to see. Woodman Roberts, Director Yanez and I had a chance, and we just had way too much fun in preschool. And you can see it was amazing to watch the students using those tools of technology to be creative on just kind of like a giant screen, and they were just attracted to it and really enjoyed it. It's very heartwarming. I had a chance to go to Academy International, and where Principal Laura McNally is the principal, and had a chance to be in PE, kind of learning how to get our heart rate up there. And the middle picture is the mood meter. I think that goes with the ruler curriculum. And it's really important for students to know where they're at on that grid, because when students are able to name the emotion that they're feeling, it helps them then to know how to regulate their behavior. So I'm thankful that we do that here in our district. And Antoinette Rodman was a CSD teacher, and she was working together with Oliver Tompkins to learn how to be creative with rainbows. Aspen Valley, love going there. The students there are just so friendly. And this student in particular, his name is Dalen Canary. And I took a picture of him because he was so excited to tell me and Principal Chamberlain about how he had built a motor from scratch, attached it to his bike, and then he's like, you have to come outside and see it, right? And he just went like zipping by. So that was it was so cool to see him so excited about it. And I know that's something I could never do. So I was impressed. When I had a chance to go to Chinook Trail Elementary, and Director Cons and I had a chance to, they were busy writing stories, and this little girl on the right hand side was telling us all about the stories she had written and then how she was organizing her notebook. So that was really fun to see, even at that early age, students excited about writing. And this was a drum roll at the Chinook Trail Elementary breakfast, but Chinook Trail Elementary won the gold standard with the Gazette, which is the highest that you can get for Best of the Springs. So that was a really fun celebration this morning as well. We also had a chance, Director Cons and I had a chance to go to Chinook Trail Middle School. The girls up in the left-hand corner there, they were using the design process to see what kind of inventions could we come up for Earth Day. And these students came up with a way to capture the rain that comes off the rain gutter for it to flow into a vertical planter as a way to make use of the water that comes off of the rain gutters when it rains. So, and they were super excited about their project. Another student there on the bottom was creating a project for Earth Day. The student at the lathe there, they were making different kinds of games out of wood. And then Michelle Holmes, the technology teacher, totally psyched and into it to show us her. They are doing a creation of an amusement park using robotics. And there was a Ferris wheel, and I think this was like the tilt-a-twirl one. So she was standing back because it just like starts flying when she pushes the button. We were celebrating this student, and Nicole and I had a chance to meet her. Her name's Danielle Thompson, and she was accepted into the Mensa International. And her teacher said her kind and compassionate nature contributes positively to our classroom. She's very curious about the world, asks a lot of good questions, and she enjoys science, PE, and computer science. And outside of school, she does multiple sports and enjoys video games. So it was really fun to be able to meet her as well. And then Explorer had way too much fun there. It was STEM Day. And I got to stand next to the Ghostbuster, the original Ghostbuster machine there. It was really fun to watch the students. Once they came out, they were like glued to it. And then he pushed the button. And then once it started spinning, they all like ran. So that was really fun. The Cheyenne Mountain Zoo was there. They had a snake. Krista and I were kind of shrinking back a little bit as it was kind of slithering around. And then we went into the tag teacher. She has her own bearded dragon in her home. So she came and showed him all about her dragon. And it was just really fun seeing the students in this one STEM room being able to experiment with different ways and talking about the physics behind things. And then Kristen Driver and Stephanie Moon, I had them with a picture with an AED machine. There was a medical emergency that happened on a bus when a bus pulled up at the school. And immediately when the call went out on the radio, both Kristen and Stephanie just ran. They grabbed the AED machine, they ran, they were on the bus, got kids safely off the bus, and they were ready for action, ready to do CPR just as the EMTs arrived. And fortunately, they didn't have to use it, and they were able to take the staff member to the hospital. And after treatment there, she recovered well. But I just was so impressed with just how quickly they went into action just ready to save a life. Again, just an example of the amazing staff that we have here in D20. And today I got to be at Antelope Trails, Director Shandy and I, and we had a great time. And one of the themes that I saw there was just the importance in every grade level. They have ways for students to set a goal for themselves. And then when they hit the goal, they get to go out and, like in this example, they had a chance to put a leaf on the plant. It's anonymous, so you don't know who has a leaf and who doesn't, but the students know if they have a leaf there or not, and how it's just been a huge motivator. I think the second grade had candies, and I know that Principal Cressup just said that's been a huge motivator for students. And when you think about John Hattie's research, along with PLC, students being able to set their own goals and monitor their progress towards meeting those goals is one of the most important factors in raising student achievement. And I think they're certainly seeing that at Antelope Trails. We also had, I thought, what a perfect way to celebrate Teacher Appreciation Day and week. We had a chance to spend time with the kindergarten PLC, and they were looking at data and talking about the essential skills that students needed, and it was a huge celebration. I think, was it 91% or they went to the 91 percentile in growth.
One of them did, and one went to 98.
Yeah, a little bit of competition, but 1%. It was incredible, and they were just talking about how they put a different structure in place where students not only get a second level of differentiation during like a win time where they all go where they can get help with skills, but they also have even a second time during the day where if a student needs that tier 3, more that one-on-one, they get it there. So students that have several needs, they get the tier 1 or the general instruction in the classroom, they get the small group instruction for the win time, and then they even built in a third tier where they're getting individual help, and they're seeing some great gains. So that was really fun. And I'm going to brag on Brian Thompson, who is here tonight. They were just glowing, right?
They love you, Brian.
Yes, they do. Just about how amazing Brian's work has been with their school, especially on schemas, teaching them ways for strategies for students to use. They used to call it story problems. I think it's called something different now, but it's really improved student math scores there as well. And they were also very appreciative of your help in helping them to find adaptive software that will help the students with their fluency with math. So it was really fun to hear all about you today, Brian. It was fun. And then Deputy Chief Financial, I'm trying to get all the titles right, Becky Allen. Becky, all right. She sent me this photo that she had a chance to go to the bus rodeo. And there's little Holden, her son, and I heard it was quite an event. Is that true?
We stayed for 2 hours. It was so much fun. In fact, the state bus rodeo is Saturday, and my son is hoping we could go there too. He loved it. He loved it.
That's so awesome. And we usually host those competitions here, and just really appreciate the results for D20. Gunther Beerton won first place for the general ed bus. Deb Spillman won third place. Jim and Christina Allen, these are all of our bus drivers, won first place in the rodeo for special education. And Mahala Korn won Rookie of the Year bus driver. So a huge thank you to all of them. And then we all had a chance to celebrate the groundbreaking for the field house at Discovery Canyon. And we really appreciate the funding for the field house that was donated by longtime Discovery Canyon parents, Dell and Christy Krebs. It's been fun. I can see the construction of that out my window, and it's going up fast. I think it's going to be completed by August, which is pretty impressive, barring any delays, right? One of the goals that I had as a superintendent working together with Dr. Pariseau was making sure that we have teacher externships in place. And thank you to Dr. Jamin Pariseau and his whole team. We do have that in place now with Integris. And we had teachers at Integris on May 1st for the whole day. And we had Adam True from Air Academy High School, Michelle Holmes from Chinook Trail Middle School, Sarah Ballard from Eagle View Middle School, and Kendra Tate from the D20 Career and Technical Education Coordinator. All of them were able to spend a day in various aspects of the Integris facility, and I'll send you the full email that gives you more details on that. But I really believe strongly that we need to give our teachers opportunities to be in working alongside industry partners so they can fully understand all the different careers that are available within, let's say, a hospital, right? It's not just doctors and nurses. There's radiology, there's business, there's human resources and all of that. And then really hearing directly from our business partners what they need. Like, this is what I really need from your students. And so, and I also know business partners learn a lot from teachers too, and talking about their students. So we're excited to grow that program into next year. This is the Cherry Creek Innovation Center field trip, and I know that Dr. Harvey had a chance to go on that as well. And talking with the folks there, they take in approximately 400, maybe 500 new groups of students each year. Certainly look like a multi-million-dollar kind of facility. They have a full-blown airplane on one side of their hangar, and then they've got 2 small helicopters on the other side. And the great thing about this innovation center, you see the glass in the picture on the right. As students are going to their pathway, they can look in and see what other students are doing. And then they have the opportunity to go in and maybe explore that. So it was really inspirational. The Economic Development Center members from that went, our Economic Development Committee, members of the Chamber of Commerce, as well as business partners. We had a roundtable discussion after that, and I know they'd really like to see greater collaboration between districts, between the districts within El Paso County, as well as more collaboration with our community colleges, our four-year colleges. So I'm excited to do that first meeting with Dr. Harvey and a smaller group of business leaders to start dreaming about what that could look like. But it was a great way, I think, to bring us all together around a common learning experience and just start dreaming together. I'm excited. I think the future for Colorado Springs and career pathways and creating that workforce is on the right track. I had a chance to go to the Air Force Junior ROTC Senior Awards ceremony. So there's our amazing seniors. And the excellence there is always wonderful to celebrate. Had a chance to spend some time at Rampart with Sister Act, which was an awesome play. And then Director Salt and I had a chance to participate and shake lots of hands, which was really fun during the Rampart High School Senior Awards Night. You know, and then we had a chance, Director Shandy and I, to go to Liberty last night to do the Senior Awards, and it just fills my bucket. Our future is in good hands when you see what's going on and just the amazing excellence in our students. Again, a tribute, I think, to our teachers and our administrators and our amazing staff. Had a chance to go to Nick Soraka's social studies classroom, and he is a master at asking really thoughtful questions and really giving them assignments to ask his students to go to a deeper level. So that was really fun to be in his classroom. And then also at Rampart, Simon Bogart is a 10th grader, Silas Bogart is a 9th grader, and they both won the 2024 Keep It Clean Because I Love You award. They began working with the city's stormwater enterprise in the spring of 2022, and they have been working together with the community for the improvement of local waterways and public spaces. And they've been participating in a number of cleanups and community outreaches. So when we talk about character being one of our important board ends, that's a really good example. These students, that they are really having that character development. And then this is last night where Director Wilburn and I were, which was awesome. Again, seeing the amazing achievements of our students. Had a chance to go to Mount Ridge Middle School because I wanted to see their stage. I know that Principal Stirk has been really excited about it. they did such an awesome job, and I can't even imagine at a middle school level standing up and singing on stage. Like they were incredible. And considering that this was the drama club, like they don't have a class, and they did all of this through the club, and they had sets and kids working, you know, changing sets and everything. It was really amazing. And thank you to Lauren for sending me this video. So this is from Pioneer Elementary, and I know I had a chance to watch her as they were practicing Bean Bunnies and stuff in the classroom. So it was fun to see them actually on stage performing, and just really an amazing program that they have at Pioneer. This is, her name's Elizabeth Garner. She is a state demographer and is a board member of the Pikes Peak Workforce Development Board. I had a chance to hear her presentation. I'm going to send you her link. This is, she does demographics for all of El Paso County, but I was told if I reach out to her, she could do it just for our district. And she talks about how, she talked a lot about how birth rates are way down. The number, the amount of migration to El Paso County is way down and actually declining compared to past years when it was, you know, increasing. She said it's actually a younger generation if we do have migration that's coming, but they don't always stay. So I think hearing her presentation and being able to ask her questions, I think it's important for us to know this bigger picture so that we can look ahead for what we need to plan for our district. So I would recommend putting that on a study session for next year in the fall. It was wonderful, the special education staff appreciation, just hearing again, honoring our amazing teachers and paraeducators for all their work and dedication with our special education students. It was very heartwarming and very inspirational, the work that our staff does with our students. A huge celebration with results now. We had one of our last classes in person, and I have had numerous teachers. I had a parent come up to me and say, thank you so much for allowing us to learn alongside principals, alongside, I know Lauren and Amy and Nicole, you guys have all been able to come at one point or another. I really believe that when we say professional learning community, we're talking about our whole district, right? We all learn together. It's not just something that happens at a school on a certain day. And to have that shared learning experience, Dr. Schmoker is actually coming on, I believe it is June 3rd. So you are definitely invited to come and see him in person. He says some things in there that I think could be a little controversial, and just really led to some great discussions. So I know we're going to have some good questions for him, but look forward to continuing with the main principles in his book for next year, and just really staying with that, not introducing new things, and really focusing on writing next year. And a huge, huge shout out to our information technology group. As you know, and Dr. Kuzer is going to talk about the timeline. Palo Alto was compromised, and as a result, they're the company that support our data system. And we had to shut the internet off, as you know, for a day or two. But we just have fantastic IT folks in this picture. Chris Eagleston, Director of Application Data Services. Of course, Dr. Kuzer, Kevin Mullenix, who's a network engineer, Nathan Anton, who's a network security person, and Mark Secoliti, who is a PC network technician. And they actually reached out to two other experts that they had worked with before, and that was David Remy, who's a network engineer, and Scott Harrison, who was the previous director here of infrastructure services. And talk about, I think, a sign of the amazing culture that we have in D20. They came right over and were willing to jump in and help, even into the wee hours of the night. So, so thankful for them. And I would like Zach to stand up. Where is Zach at? Zach is amazing. And Zach, I heard that you had to leave early, but you were really the cornerstone, I believe, of this effort. You were working night and day. Like, how much sleep did you get those 2 days? Like maybe 2 hours? I don't know. 4. Okay, 4 combined. night and day, just his dedication. So thank you, Zach. We really appreciate you and the whole team and efforts. So we look forward to hearing Dr. Kuzer talk more about that. We had a teacher Teresa Maholand, who's a digital learning coach, and she was selected as this year's Steve Clegg Friend of the Educational Technology Award winner. And this award is given to instructional leaders whose knowledge and integration and leadership of technology has proven to have great impact on their staff. And she is the digital learning coach, teach librarian, and IB coordinator at Ranch Creek Elementary School, where her efforts resulted in the library also receiving a designation through the Colorado Department of Education as a highly effective school through libraries. So really a huge thank you to Teresa and her dedication, not only to Ranch Creek, but also to digital learning. As we know, that's really going to become more of the future of education. And of course, the retiree banquet, which was awesome. And I know we all had a chance to celebrate our wonderful staff that are retiring. We had 26 retirees, and as was shared last night, 350 years of combined experience. So it was I know, inspirational for me to hear all of the great stories about them and what their parting words of advice were for us. And last but not least, I'm going to ask Dr. Pariseau to come to the podium. We also had a celebration for career technical education teachers, both our CTE teachers and our industry partners. And there are some specific CTE teachers that Dr. Pariseau would like to just share a little bit about.
Yeah, thank you. So I first want to recognize Kendra Tate. She's our CT coordinator. She's over there. She'll help a little bit. And Paula Harmon, she's our work-based learning coordinator. The purpose of career technical education is provide students with the academic, technical, and real-world knowledge, skills, and experience they need to be prepared for post-secondary career options. There are two imperative requirements for high-quality CT pathways. First, a teacher with industry technical knowledge who is an expert, who is inspiring as a mentor and a coach in their chosen career interest path. The second requires engagement and a supportive industry partnerships, which bridge the education to real-world divide from theory to practice, from classroom to industry. So this evening, we want to recognize 3 CT teachers and 2 industry partners who have displayed all the high-quality characteristics of excellence. And so the first is our, we'd like to introduce Marlo Asher, if she wants to come up. Marlo Asher is our operations manager of Career and Constructions Colorado and the Colorado Springs Housing and Building Association. Very good. She has served this program in its schools, community partners in a variety of capacities since 2019. Through these partnerships, CICC has facilitated the opportunity for over 8,000 students, including ours, to learn about the variety of career pathways available to them via the construction industry. In addition, more than 1,000 students have been placed within a wide variety of employment positions within the construction industry. Marlo is a dedicated professional with a passion for inspiring, educating, and guiding the next generation toward a future fulfilling with possibilities and a commitment to the community development, and it shines through in every aspect of her work, and she strives to create opportunities for others to succeed. And really, the career and construction program we have that's housed at Liberty High School is a showcase in what CT can be when it comes to industry partnerships, working with our schools. It's pretty amazing. So Marlo Asher, thank you. Our next industry partner is Barbara, or Barb, Mariner. She's the recruiter for Baxter Automotive. You want to stand? Very good. Now, Barbara, with a background rooted in the German apprenticeship tradition, brings a wealth of diverse experience from some of the largest global automotive brands in her role at Baxter Auto. Her impact in District 20 extends far beyond recruitment, encompassing Skills USA judging and support, active involvement in career and technical education events, advisory board attendance, classroom visits, and organizing enriching field trips. Barbara's commitment to nurturing the next generation of automotive professionals is evident in her dedication to provide students with real-world exposure through car show involvement. With their passion for education and industry collaboration, Barbara is shaping the future of the automotive industry in District 20, one student at a time. Thank you, Barb. Just to note, Baxter Automotive is the parent company of Lexus of Colorado Springs and Toyota of Colorado Springs. And that corporation is located in 4 states with 21 dealerships, accompanying 9 different auto manufacturers. And so they do employ our students after they successfully finish the program. So we're very thankful for her and her partnership. Next to CT teachers. Our first is Ty Prather, who's an industrial arts technology teacher at Discovery Canyon Middle School. Come on up. After Ty earned his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Air Force, where he was trained to navigate KC-135s. He spent 12 years flying, accumulating well over 2,000 flight hours. He participated in many deployments, combat missions, and test missions. After 20 years, he retired from the Air Force, having reached the academic rank of assistant professor in the Department of Engineering Mechanics. Ty started his teaching career in D20 as a math teacher. Then in 2014, began teaching industrial technology at Discovery Canyon Middle School. This year, he added an introduction to construction class where students had built sheds and donated them to Habitat for Humanity to give to families in need. Ty also has coached 12 school clubs, 5 football seasons, and 8 basketball seasons. And this past year, his 7th grade boys were undefeated at 7-0.
Oh, Thunder!
Thank you. Our next teacher is Patrick Mooring. He's the multimedia teacher at Rampart High School. Patrick, come on down. Patrick is president of the Colorado Student Media Association, and in his 16 years of advising the award-winning Rampart High School KRAM broadcast program in Colorado Springs, his students have won numerous state and national recognition for the National Scholastic Press Association, Journalism Educator Association, NFHS Network, Colorado Broadcasters Association, and many others, which makes KRAM the most decorated student broadcast journalism program in Colorado history. Many of his students have successfully gone into broadcasting and film industry. Patrick is a nationally recognized presenter and competition judge in the JEA and NSPA. He was a JEA Special Recognition Broadcast Advisor in 2019, Distinguished Broadcaster Advisor 2021, and 2022, the Broadcasting Advisor of the Year. He is a proud parent of 3 awesome children, all in District 20 schools. And according to Words on the Street, he is a Star Wars nerd, but his wife still loves him, so he's okay with it. Thank you. And last but not least is RJ Savage. He's our automotive technology teacher at Liberty High School. He is nationally and internationally recognized senior industry executive, motorsport race team manager, business owner, trackside technical support specialist, and educator. After high school, RJ joined the U.S. Navy for 21 years, was trained as an aviation gas turbine technician, and became the Navy's youngest P3 flight engineer, achieving over 5,000 flight hours, and earned the designation as a senior aviation instructor and aircrew evaluator. With assistance from the U.S. Navy, RJ attended Colorado State University and earned a bachelor's in industrial technology engineering with an emphasis in operations management. After a successful career in the high-tech arena for 14 years, he started his first motorsports business. After 15 years in motorsports, he retired again and transitioned to teaching, wanting to pass down his 45 years of technical knowledge to today's youth. By the way, it's his accomplishments in the last 3 years he's been here is too many to mention, but I just call him the legend. I mean, he is amazing. So RJ, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is great. Great happens here in D20, and we have absolutely world-class teachers and staff, and I'm just so thankful and grateful for all of them. So with the CTE folks, the Seth and Allie and the principals for the John Irwin and Colorado Governors, while we're going to take a break here in a minute, if you guys would just stay and kind of be up here, we want to take some group pictures. Okay. All right. Thanks, you guys. We'll take a break. Sorry, that was your role.
No, we weren't at that.
Oh, we weren't. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are coming back to order now. We need a motion to approve the consent agenda as posted.
Moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons,
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy,
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn,
Aye.
Mrs. Jenez,
Aye.
Mr. Salt.
Aye. We have 29 attendees currently. There are no items that have been pulled from the consent agenda, so we're going to move on to our written reports. First up is the Summer Institute. Were there any questions or comments for the Summer Institute?
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Shandy.
just a quick question on the criteria used to select the instructors. Do they just volunteer? Or is there a certain criteria?
Dr. Koslak?
Good evening, board. Yeah, we have a process to kind of vet and select instructors, including mostly from learning services. Our teachers on special assignments, our TOSAs as we call them, teach the majority of classes. Directors teach classes as well, plus a range of folks from learning IT department. So we partner with those folks to make sure we're aligning adult learning theory with them, planning for good engagement, and they do incredible work. We also look at survey data on a regular basis too at the end of each Summer Institute to make sure we have the great best stuff in front of our educators.
Awesome. And then do we have any specific tracks for either new teachers or paras in particular? I know we have a lot of amazing paras with 15, 20 years experience. This would be the perfect time to really, hand down their knowledge to our new paras incoming.
We do. We have a range of classes, and I think Tina has maybe provided a flyer of some of the coursework in general. But we have a slate of courses for brand new hires or inductees in terms of licensed staff. And so it's part of their induction programming with the state that we offer coursework for them around instruction, behavior management, a variety of things. For our paras, both SPED and instructional paras, we offer a wide range from different behavioral coursework, autism coursework. There's a range of opportunities, typically around 8 to 10 classes each year. See pretty decent sign up for them over the summer. It's all optional, of course, over the summer. But we've seen great engagement. Numbers are actually up this year, which surprised us a little. We were kind of wondering where the numbers will land. But we see numbers increasing on a regular basis for Summer Institute.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Inez.
Sorry, I'm screwing everything up tonight. So one thing I just wanted to, I guess it's more of a comment, but this is free, right? Summer Institute is free. And in my industry and early childhood, that's not always the case for teachers unless I obviously make that part of my budget. So the training is offered through the state, and there can be a cost to different offerings. So I think that's really something to celebrate, the fact that we have that wealth of knowledge here in the district between TOSAs and others that are teaching those classes, and the variety of offerings. Because I know that I saw some frequent flyers in Summer Institute when I was teaching. And so after a while, you've taken a lot of the courses, but they change and they're varied. And thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. We really work to align that with the strategic priorities, the board ends, draw a lot of attention to those things, and partner with schools to hear about the demands and the need. And so while we offer it free to D20 staff, we do have folks that join from out of district as well, which is kind of a way to promote learning, continuous learning in the district, and a little bit of a recruiting tool along the way as well. So, and board members are welcome to join Summer Institute courses. If you just email Sharon Iverson, and that's in the flyer as well, and I think in my response to Tina, feel free to come in and join us for any of the courses. We have some on AI, professional learning communities, a wide range of opportunities that we encourage you to join. Sit in on a class with us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next report is Plant Moran Analytics Center of Excellence. Were there any questions or comments for that? Seeing none. Next was the primary textbooks for math pre-cal grades 9 through 12. Were there any questions or comments related to pre-cal? Ms. Inez.
I would just like to ask all the questions about pre-calculus. Full stop.
Could probably
I was an English teacher.
Ms. Cons.
I just want to say that I appreciate this robust text that they found, because you could see in the scores from all of the the research when they were going through the textbook, that it's rare for our curriculum to hit all those 5s and 4s. So I'm excited for our students to have that.
All right, the next report was the legislative updates. Were there any questions or comments related to the legislative updates? Director Wilburn, did you have something? Okay. All right, next is monitoring report for board superintendent relationship policy BSR 3.0 governance management connection. Were there any questions or comments related to BSR 3.0? All right, we have an MRE. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Next was monitoring report for board superintendent relationship policy BSR 3.2, accountability of the superintendent. Any questions or comments? Nope. All right, we'll do the MRE. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Now we'll go back to BSR 3.1. Any questions or comments related to BSR 3.1? Director Wilburn.
So both of these, Superintendent Haberer, I believe the 6 of us have a very good working relationship. I certainly think that's the case, and I can speak for all of us there. And we put a lot on you in terms of questions and this, that, and the other, and we're coming to you all the time with stuff. And the way that is supposed to work is the way it is working, rather than going directly to your reports and around and circumventing you. We funnel it all through you. You send it over to Mr. Smart or Ms. Allen or whatever and get it back to us. If I ever, or if any of us, I'm sure I speak for all of us, inadvertently or intentionally subvert that process, let us know. And I don't think it's been an issue, and I don't think it ever will be, but there's a lot going back and forth every day. We were in a meeting with Miss Shandy, Director Shandy, a couple of days ago about a question she'd asked and wanted some things that Ms. Allen had that I didn't even know she'd asked. But then I found out after the fact, hey, I'd like to be there for that. And we were in your office yesterday or the day before, or whatever it was. If that process ever gets muddy through as a way, and away from the way that it's written, please let me or us know, because it seems to be working really well.
I really appreciate that, and I just feel really great about the work that we've been doing together, and I think that the communication has been going well. I'm looking forward to our retreat, because if there's some fine details that we want to talk about, I think we'll have a chance to do that. But no, I appreciate that, Director Wilburn. I think things are working well.
All right, we'll do the MRE. Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see additional or different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Next is monitoring report for board superintendent relationship policy BSR 3.2, accountability of superintendent. Oh, well, oh, it's on here twice. That's my bad. 3.3, delegation to the superintendent. Does anyone have any questions or comments related to BSR 3.3? Right. For the MRE, is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see additional different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? Okay. Next is monitoring report for Board Superintendent Relationship Policy BSR 3.4, monitoring superintendent performance. Are there any questions or comments related to BSR 3.4? Dr. Collins.
Would we like to discuss the proposed amended changes after the MRE for 3.4 or right now? For item J.
I don't have a preference either way. If you want to talk about it now, we can talk about it now.
Okay. The only thing is you all probably know is we're moving to the terms mid-year and end of year evaluations for a superintendent rather than the current language of formative and summative. So that's the proposal. I just want to make sure we're all clear on that.
And that'll go on consent agenda at the next meeting in June.
Thank you.
All right, for the MRE, is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Are all sections in compliance? Recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance? Would you like to see additional or different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next monitoring report cycle? Do you see evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? And then item J, were there any questions related to the changes? All right. With that, we'll move into section 10 presentations. First up is report of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, Superintendent Haber.
Yes, and Ms. Becky Allen, Deputy Superintendent, CFO.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. David Brockway. He is the co-chair of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And I just want to comment that he has been there from day one, and we are so lucky for his service.
You all, and good evening. You can hear me okay, it sounds like. Our group met on April 24th, a few weeks back. If you remember that as a particularly trying day, that was during the internet outage. So our attendance was a little bit limited, but we'll get a quorum next time. And we were updated at that meeting by Chris Garnhart on the activities for the first quarter of the year. January, there's not much excitement to report. Although I think a sales tax reimbursement in the amount of $142,000 is always excitement. So that's a lot of hard work that they do to get that reimbursed and refunded to us. The February activity was really the most material, and that was an increase of $1.7 million. And that all related to the upgrades on equipment to the Liberty swimming pool on the heels of the Rampart project, and then that pool being rehabilitated too. This was the Liberty's turn. March, not much activity to report. Overall, for the $230 million bond project, as of the end of March, it is 95% completed. There's about 12.8 million, or we'll call it 13 million of work to go. There is a contingency fund that sits at $1.8 million, so that's about 14% of the work that remains is covered by contingency. So there's a little room for some of the variances that happen in the world of construction. The largest of the categories of that $13 million left to complete, the additional board-approved project category of $6.5 million, so roughly half of that, is the transportation center. And I'm sure you're briefed on that. And Mr. Garnhart will cover progress there too. So that's about half of it. And technology infrastructure is about $2.3 million that is left to be expended and upgraded too. So those are the major areas. In summary, and I've made these comments before, and I still think they're applicable. I think the building leadership, or the building fund leadership team, the school board certainly, the administration, finance office, all need to be, and the community, need to be commended for this bond project that has delivered on its language that was promised to the voters, and has delivered additional projects as well too. So it's a success that I think the whole community can be proud of. Happy to answer any questions.
Director Shandy.
Thank you. What is the exact date of expiration for the current bond? Do we know? Oh, we should. I'm not sure. Know.
Okay, so that's kind of a tricky question.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I would tell you that the expiration date is when the bonds are fully paid off,
okay,
which is about 2040. I will tell you that the current projected completion date of all our projects could be early 2025. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, so my,
Okay.
my question was just if those projects aren't done by the time it expires, what happens to that money or those, but that's not how it works.
No, the money does not go away,
Gotcha.
okay? And we will complete them before we close out that bond program. Any remaining funds within the building fund account, there would probably be a resolution brought to the Board of Education to probably move that into the cap reserve at the end of everything. So the money doesn't go away.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Great.
One other question is how is the document scanning project considered a building fund project?
You might address that.
Sorry, I waited
That-
till you sat down. to-
That was the original language.
Okay, in your packet with the Citizens Bond Oversight Report, you'll see this document has the checklist on it. That's what we call Resolution 20516. So that's what the board approved as the bond projects. On page 4, you'll see a highlighted project that says digital records and archival system. That's the document scanning project. So it's required for us to do that per bond language. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so it wasn't added, it was
No.
also added later?
No, it was
Okay.
not added later. We did do some scanning of student records early in the bond program, and then later we're catching the departments. So that's what we're doing right now, is the document scanning of the departments.
Okay, because I
Okay.
was thinking the line said added at a later time.
No,
Okay.
no, okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your work on this. Next is the building fund update, Superintendent Haber.
Ms. Vicki Allen.
Chris Garnhart, if you would please come back to the podium, Executive Director for Building Fund.
Great, thanks. Nice to see you all again. I'm getting kind of excited here because for a while there, we were kind of in a lull in terms of construction activity out there. It was moving very slow, but now we've kind of ramped it up a little bit. So what I'm going to tell you is that the Rampart swimming pool, as of today, the pool is filled. We got water heating up and it's circulating through the new filter system. And we've actually told the school they can hold an event there tomorrow. I think it's a regatta, if I remember correctly. So that project is pretty much wrapped up. The actual physical work is done and completed. And then we plan to start Liberty here in about a week and a half or 2 weeks. And we're doing really the same thing. And I'll have a few pictures of that that are probably a little old. We replaced some windows over at Prairie Hills over spring break, sorry. And then Aspen Valley Middle School and Woodman Roberts Elementary School will get some windows replaced this summer. Okay, so this was the earlier picture I took of the Rampart swimming pool just as they started to fill it. If I took a picture of it today, it's completely full. And to give you an idea of some of the work that was involved in the project, this is an overflow tank that's made out of concrete that's down in a pit. And there was a portion of the wall that was crumbling that we had to take out, and then they had to rebuild that. This is a picture of the strainer and the pumps that are down in that pit, and then you can see that overflow tank that has the wall poured back in place on it. And then this is the actual equipment that's sitting up above the picture, the previous picture that I showed you. The blue thing that you see, the big blue thing, is the actual filter system itself. And the great thing is the boiler, or the item that heats the water. All right, this is just a quick picture of the windows at Prairie Hills. So the one in the upper left is just the inside of a classroom, and the one in the lower right is the exterior of that. One of the reasons we replaced the windows, this picture will show, you see the dark window that's kind of black in color with the window frame. And then off to the right, you'll see a wood frame. So all the windows out at both Prairie Hills and Woodman Roberts are what they call a clad window. So the material is wood with aluminum kind of adhered to the outside, and some of that wood had rotted. So that was the reason for replacing some of those windows. And then our transportation project. So this is just a picture of the site after we cleared it and removed this one portable that was really old and kind of dilapidated. So today, if you were to go out there, you'd see a lot of activity. They started digging dirt. They've got about 9,000 cubic yards of dirt to move off of that site. That's going to take a couple weeks to get that off of that site, but there's a lot of activity out at that site. And then to document scanning, talk with Shelley Kuzer, we thought it would be a good thing for you guys to see how many documents we've scanned to date from departments. We have a lot of documents already electronic, but to date we've scanned in about 630,000. And that's all I have. Any other questions for me?
Any questions? Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
All right, item C, Portrait of a Graduate Follow-Up Report. Superintendent Haber.
Dr. Susan Field.
Jamin Pariseau, our Director for College and Careers, is going to give this report.
Good to be back up here. So let's talk about some of the progress we've made since we've talked briefly about this in our study session that we had last month. We didn't have a ton of time to really talk about specifics, and we definitely want to work on finalizing the initial characteristics and traits aspect of things. But just a very, very, very quick review. So the Portrait of a Graduate is our ability to communicate knowledge, skills, disposition, and characteristics that we want students to possess, in addition to academic knowledge by the time they graduate high school in our district. This was a co-created process. Over 2,000 pieces of data were analyzed, and this was very much a collaborative stakeholder process with all these different groups that's listed on the presentation. Really important aspect of what we're looking to do as a district is integrate Portrait of a Graduate with our board ends and our strategic plan, and make sure there's alignment and cohesion with all those types of things. And that's the work that will definitely be happening in the fall as once we finalize our characteristics and the like, and start moving into success criteria and integration into these different plans to make sure it's all cohesive. And Portrait of a Graduate, like we said, or like I talked about previously, it does align with the post-secondary workforce readiness standards. In Colorado, they like to give things different names. So it's PWR standards and essential skill standards. So they are one and the same. It's all the same document with two different names. But there is alignment in the sense of what we're doing is we're identifying what our priorities are, but they do align with post-secondary workforce readiness standards that the state has. And also it aligns with our ICAP process. If you look on the fourth dot down, PWR demonstrations of learning. So as we develop our Portrait of a Graduate ICAP process, as we look to integrate and upgrade that, we definitely want to integrate and work with school sites in finding opportunities to demonstrate those skills that we're talking about. So it's not just a pretty poster on the wall. It's not just something that might be in documents for strategic plan, but it's things that are actually integrated in our instruction K-12. Like we talked about, it does provide a shared language, and it does create actionable documents, and that's the goal, ultimate goal with this process. And so in the process, we are at the point where we're finalizing, engaging with you as the board, and receiving your final feedback for a polished document that you can approve. And then as we move on into next year, we are going to make it measurable and actionable by creating success criteria. So if you think about it, we started with stakeholders, and they threw out scattered, right, 2,000 different pieces of data. We worked on reducing, creating a reduction into something that's small and manageable. And then as we move forward, in a sense, we're building it back out, but in a strategic way, something that's applicable and usable in our classrooms with our teachers and our school sites. If we just left it all big, it'd just be overwhelming, if we didn't go through that process. So here is what we currently have, and we're going to go through each of these individually. But as we review these, please keep in mind that all competencies will be fleshed out, like I said, more in the process of developing success criteria rubrics next year. And we'll need to keep the competency descriptions relatively concise. So we could forever, because when we met with teachers and administrators and we're trying to reduce, it's hard to reduce when there's always little aspects that we want to add. But I think a lot of those things that we want to add or vet out or flesh out are things that we can do when we develop that success criteria in those rubrics. Also, all these competencies come to a point where they can overlap. So for example, critical thinking It will take critical thinking to be a lifelong learner, right? And one would need both to be a prepared decision maker. And so if you look at all the competencies, it's not a linear, but it's cyclical, right? And it's not hierarchical. It's a cycle, right? There's things that relate or interconnect, and as they develop them, it's not something where they're doing steps, right? Like, my freshman year in high school, I'm going to work on critical thinking, and then I'm going to move on. No, it's something that encompasses all grade levels and is cyclical in that sense. So let's look at the first one. The first one is contributing citizen. And a contributing citizen, the description is empathetic advocate who displays global and cultural awareness and actively engages with their community. One feedback I did receive, some notes from the board, is a concern about integrating in like a deep understanding of the U.S. Constitution and being civic minded. And so that's one thing I want to bring to you, if you have any words of advice for that, in the sense of using civic mindedness maybe. And then when it comes to the understanding of the U.S. Constitution, that's something that might be vetted out as we look at success criteria. And so if we think about that, it would read empathetic advocate who displays global and cultural awareness, civic mindedness, and actively engages with their community. And so any feedback on that I'd appreciate.
Mr. Chair,
Director Shandy.
I think that would be good, a good addition.
Jamin, I'm sorry, Jamin, and we did discuss this a little bit. I well understand that we're going to delineate all these other specific criteria as we go along, but this one just doesn't quite align with our language in the board ends and even partially the strategic plan. So just throwing this out there if we want to discuss some of these terms, but all students will develop the qualities of character necessary to be exemplary citizens and positive contributors to society. And then maybe we go into those character traits. So anyway, I just, in addition to what you suggested, wanted to throw that out.
That's good. We could definitely look at making sure that, because there's certain words that just get used a lot, and especially in different settings where educators might use it differently than in other settings. So we could look at making that connection better. Definitely, I noted it.
Okay. So I went back to this. I've done some of this competency work and the success criteria before, and it's not easy. I went back to the essential skills guidance document that you guys provided, which was super helpful. And the global and cultural awareness and civic engagement are two separate categories. And so I think maybe by combining the two, that's where maybe we got off a little bit. But I think one of the ways I don't want to wordsmith everything, but it's the idea that something would be local, national, and global, right? So you can kind of build that scope of understanding for a student. Like you can actually start right here in your own community as a citizen, well, and then their classroom, right? And grow bigger, right? With their dreams and the ways that they want to become, what did you say? Positive contributors to society at large, locally, nationally, globally.
Very good.
Also, as an English teacher, can we put periods on? No, just, there's no sentence. I'm just like.
Yeah, this isn't the final. I like periods. We don't want to talk about commas.
I know,
beforehand,
we
right?
could over comma too. It's fine. It's good.
I prefer commas. Anything else on this one? Okay, I've noted that and we'll look at that. The next one is effective communicator, writer, speaker, and listener who clearly communicates ideas in person, in writing, and in a digital world. I know I received feedback in a sense that we really need to emphasize digital communication skills. And that's something that as we vet this out, that's something that would be fleshed out more, because really when it comes to even digital literacy, it can really be compounded out even further. regarding communication in general. So that's something that we plan to do. And I know that in the PWR standards or essential skill standards, it does vet out a lot of these things. And I think that as we look at creating our own document, that will be a component of that. But is there anything else you wanted to add? Okay. Lifelong learner. Whoops, gotta do this too. Lifelong learner. Curiosity seeker who reflects and adapts to new information and gives and receives feedback with a growth mindset. And so some of the feedback we received is ability to critically assess the credibility, relevance, and bias of information sources. And so what I was thinking potentially, this could be updated to curiosity seeker who objectively analyzes, reflects, and adapts to new information and gives and receives feedback with a growth mindset. Yeah. Anything else on that one? Okay. The next one is critical thinker, problem solver who analyzes complex situations and ideas, shows grit and innovation in the face of challenges, and takes calculated risks. And some of the feedback we received is creativity in generating novel solutions and approaches to problems. That idea could really be summed up in the notion if you really vet out the definition of innovation, right? And as it's currently outlined. And so that is something we could flesh out in success criteria. Good?
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. Getting close, over halftime. Prepared decision maker, successful individual who takes personal responsibility and makes informed choices for the future based on financial literacy and post-secondary readiness. One point of feedback we received is ethical reasoning and moral considerations in decision making. And so we could add ethical and before informed. And so it would be successful individuals who take personal responsibility and make ethical and informed choices for their future based on financial literacy and post-secondary readiness. As an idea to integrate that in.
Director Yanez.
I remember when I was reading this one, I don't know what's happening. I remember when I was reading this one, I was thinking, okay, I know mentioning financial literacy and post-secondary readiness is important somewhere in this. It seemed sort of specific to me in this place. Like you want to write like the competencies broad enough for all students. I was conflicted on this one and didn't know if it should just end at successful individuals who take personal responsibility and make ethical and informed choices. I mean, that's also pretty broad.
Are you thinking the financial literacy piece might be as a like part of the success
Part of the
criteria,
success
not
criteria,
necessarily the-
exactly. Yeah, but when you just say that truncated part of that sentence, that also seems too broad. So now I'm gonna eat my words. Thank you.
I agree with Mrs. Yanez, with Director Yanez. I mean, it just strikes you as a little specific. It feels like we're leaving out a whole bunch of decision making in people's broad lives and, experiences. So
that's something we could look at in the sense of how it's worded. I know that when working with all the different stakeholder groups, getting all the feedback, financial literacy was one that
it is.
I think I was knocked over the head 20 million times in the sense of being brought up, and also the importance of post-secondary readiness. And all that encompasses, I think it was originally more specific into, college and career readiness, or it was geared toward more those kinds of things, and they wanted to leave some of that in. We could wordsmith that a bit for the final draft that we bring back that might encompass more, that it's not limiting to just financial literacy and college and career readiness, but other
and I
aspects of that.
fully understand that that's what our students are desiring, out of their experience, but just something to think about.
I was gonna say, I think to Director Yanez's point, we could probably strike after choices. So once they make those, makes ethical and informed choices, and then the rest of that can be really summed down into the success criteria.
And Jamin, I think if we're considering even removing the second half, maybe we go back to some of those intermediary notes in our work with CEI to go back and capture some of the main ideas that got left out or
Definitely. Definitely. Very good. Okay. Let's see. Now we're on to connected individual, self-aware collaborator who values the perspective of others, pursues healthy and productive relationships, and shows self-acceptance. One aspect that was brought up here too was digital literacy and the responsibility of digital behavior. That idea might be better suited under communications, right? Because that encompasses the ability to communicate, not just receiving information, but giving out communication too. But one other thing I wanted to note, I know some people talking to you got kind of hooked up with self-acceptance. And so if we really look at what self-acceptance means, it means acknowledging and accepting all of one's attributes, positive and negative. We don't accept ourselves in all the bad things we do too, but we accept that we might be doing things that could be better, and we accept that in the sense of the ability to work on those weaknesses we may have as an individual, whether they're academic or interpersonal or whatever it might be, or within relationships. So self-acceptance is broader than just, I'm good the way I am and I don't need to change, and knowing, it's like, yeah, we want them to accept the good and that they have value, but also the fact that they accept the fact that there's things that might need to be improved on, because we all have that, right? But anyway, is there anything you want to add here?
Director Cons?
I'm just struck with this right now. When I see the word connected, it implies service orientation to me. And I feel like that might be missing. It's a great baseline for our desire for our graduates, but to be connected is more than just about self.
Yeah. I agree. Any other information on this?
Director Yanez?
Maybe it would help if after self-acceptance, to kind of clarify that a little bit. This is a term I use, but there's probably, I guess instead of growing edges, you could say shows self-acceptance for potential areas of growth or something like that, where we call them growing edges, right? I need to get better there. That's something I'm aware of. I don't know, I thought maybe that could help clarify.
Yeah, it's good. I like that. I've been taking notes. Hopefully I could read them tomorrow, but I'm taking them.
Director Wilburn?
I wonder if shows is the right word there. Shows self-acceptance. Maybe there's a better word, something along the lines of recognize, grows into. I don't know. How do you actually do that? How do you demonstrate self-acceptance to other people? It's almost a little, I don't know if vague is the right word, but I struggle with shows. And when I was reading this, I thought to myself, how do I actually show self-acceptance? I really don't know. I don't have a better suggestion, but I'm not sure how that works.
Okay. I agree. It could be, the point isn't to prove that to other people, it's to prove it to yourself, right? Accept yourself. Yeah, so we could look at a different word for that. This might be more concise in the sense of what that actually means.
I'm not even sure how you show it to yourself. I mean, I know how you know it.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you show it to yourself. I don't know, just kind of a vague one.
Very good. Any other comments on that one? And that was the last one. So I do want to show you where we are with our kind of the top graphic that there's been some redoing and moving things around. This isn't the final version because we know that some of the lettering might be a little vague, but if you look at, we have the mountain, which also resembles our Academy District 20 symbol. We have two, I don't know the official terms of them because I'm not a mountain climber, but mountain climbers. And you'll notice there's a team one aspect to it because there's a team aspect. And academic excellence is the peak we're all climbing. We want our students to climb. And then you see, like as a circle, the different competencies there that we're looking at. And there's different symbolism within each one that represents different things that are regional, right? We have the Air Force Academy. We have like the Winter Olympics. You see the guy skiing there with the American flag. Aspen trees. We have Garden of the Gods. We have the incline and things of that sort around these different. So it ties in our local area. We also have aspen trees, and we know about their root structures, how they grow together. And that's an important aspect of it as we have preparing students to thrive as kind of the bottom notion, and it all circles together. and kind of gives a good symbolism as we had students and different school sites get together to kind of do some schematics, and these are some of the things that they brought up. So this is kind of the image we're kind of leaning toward, and we might be some tuning on it eventually, but this is kind of what we're looking at. Any
One of the
comments on this?
suggestions on this was to make the actual competencies are kind of faded on here.
Yeah.
So we'd want to make those lettering a little bit,
Make them pop. Any comments on that? No?
I just think it's exciting to see how far we've gotten in the process. And this just makes a lot more sense than when we had it laid out linearly
Yeah.
previously, so.
Well, very good. Well, that's all I have for you, unless there's any more questions at this point. And so I'll make those edits, those changes, and we'll bring back a kind of a final document with some of those suggestions you brought up. Because nothing was too radical. It was just clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is item D, cyber incidents response timeline. Superintendent Haber.
Dr. Shelley Kuzer. Or I keep wanting to call you a doctor. I don't know. Just kind of have that look.
Good evening, board. So I know in the board write-up, it's kind of a condensed version. I'm taking you back a little bit with some history on kind of how this event started. So this event, it's called a CVE, and this is how Palo Alto kind of categorizes things. And CVE is a common vulnerability and exposure, and that's kind of just terminology how they outline bugs. And so it was CVE 2024 3400. Those are the words or the numbers we'll probably never forget. Also known as, and this sounds a little more, theatrical, but Operation Midnight Eclipse. So everybody has to name these things, right? So there's two items, kind of the first two bullets that are out there. That is when I call them the hackers, but when there was vulnerabilities that were being noticed and being performed on systems. And Palo Alto is our firewall. It is how people can come in and out of the district. That is kind of like, equate it to your home router. People, if there are malicious actors, that's really kind of trying to gain entry. So with the particular vulnerability, there were two initial attempts, and there was a follow-up on the 27th of 3/27, so that would have been in March. Then, not until April 7th, there's a group that's called the UTA 0218, and that is a threat hack. It's basically a threat hacker group, and they have attempted, what they end up doing is they try to put a file on a server that lays dormant in your system. And when they do that, they will lay unbeknownst to any of the threat detection at that point, because it's just a file. They will then use that as a backdoor to later exploit systems. So that happened on April 7th. Now this is before this is not on our system. This is just in general what the Palo Alto vulnerability entailed. Then Volexity, they are a DC-based cyber firm. They actually witnessed the UTA group exploiting firewall devices. So they were the ones who actually notified Palo Alto of this vulnerability. And that was on the 10th of April. When they saw the second one, that was actually when they issued the advisory for Palo Alto on the CVE 24. And that came out at 11:55 or 12:55 a.m. on April 11th. So then Palo Alto reacted and they notified D20, well, they notified all their customers that there was an initial workaround, and that was to turn telemetry off, and that should take care of it. So that was Friday, the 12th of April. That was also, of course, when we got our first notification. We immediately applied that patch, or I shouldn't say patch, that workaround that evening, thinking, okay, things are good. Went home for the weekend. Now, if you notice, there is a red line,
And anytime when you're talking cyber threats, when there is, it's called a 0-day exploit, there is no fix for this. So a vendor has something out there, they know they're vulnerable, and there is no fix. So that was theoretically a 0-day exploit. So we were notified the second time, and that would have been on the 16th, and that was 4 days later. So we think we're doing good. We were notified that the workaround was ineffective, meaning that line really should have been down because there was no patch, and what they told us to apply really did not work. On the 16th, after we updated the patch, we thought, okay, this is a hot fix, we're good. We always had to send what they call files to their tech support center. We had to send files and logs just to verify, and they would scan them to determine was our system exploited. At that point, on the 17th, there was no indication of exploit. So we just continued to monitor at that point. We were at the same time different, it's not related to the actual incident, but we were having issues with our firewall and the data plane, which is the processing power kind of behind the firewall. The CPU would all of a sudden max out and it would crash the firewall. And so we were troubleshooting a completely different incident. So and oh, I want to back up just one thing on that. I didn't put this on the diagram, but on 4/23, we had a tabletop exercise. One thing that was very fortuitous and unbeknownst to what we were going to be experiencing the next day, we went through, and I think it really kind of, it provided a lot of great conversation, and the incident response team is a lot of the members, the department leaders, cabinet members, but more than that. And so it really provided that opportunity. Our partner, Mile High Cyber, they were the ones that conducted the tabletop. So I'm never going to practice anything again for this reason. So going back to the 24th, we were working with Palo Alto on a completely different issue. And they noticed we had to send some log files in, and they actually noticed at that point in time, they came back and said, you have a level 2 exploit. So somewhere in between the 17th and the 25th is when, and it could be too, because vendors are still learning a lot about their own, internal issues. And it could be that the files that they scanned the first time had that exploit, but there was a false positive on that. So what we ended up doing is we went through and we said, okay, we're going to pull together our cyber incident team. And so we were notified at 11 o'clock that day that we had that level 2 exploit. By, well, actually it was 11:30. By 1 o'clock, we had the cyber response team together, putting together communications. And I can't thank the team enough, because that was really key, is getting together, getting the communications together, because we knew that we had to create that air gap and pull the internet offline. That is how you isolate your network. So we worked together, we got the notifications, and at that point in time, it was right after, one after another. Emails were going out, and we actually shut it down by 2 o'clock. So you think, well, that's still a big delay, but it's a big task to do. So the next, the next 2 days, there was a lot of extensive work. The recommendation is we needed to reset our firewall. We were having issues with the reset, and this is where Zach's team came in and spent hours and hours doing the same thing. So you think about insanity, you're doing the same thing, you're getting the same results. What else can we be doing? And there was not a bug, they never really alluded to it, but we had to reset the firewall in a completely different way. That was 24 hours later of trying to repeat the process under their guidance. So on the 26th, we were successful on resetting one of the firewalls. We have high availability for redundancy. We're still, working on working through all of that, but we restored the firewall on the 26th, and then the continuation of ensuring everything was set up. There's a lot of follow-up steps that had to be completed, installing certificates on applications so that you make sure that your traffic is encrypted. We had to reissue all brand new certificates. It takes time. And then the 29th, Palo Alto notified us. We came back up.
came back. We actually have also fixed our issue with the firewall, but Palo Alto notified us that there is a proof of concept by third parties of post-exploit persistence techniques that survive resets. So we're like, great. We went through all this work. We're up and running. But again, vendors, they're still learning. They're still learning a lot about this because we know that, you know, Velexity is the one that notified Palo Alto that this was even happening. So we are continuing to monitor really for any signs. I have to say, we have done, I really think the team's done a great job on being proactive. This past year, we put together, we implemented, I should say, a endpoint defender, and it's really on all devices. So we get notified if there's malicious software that is getting downloaded. We will actually get notified. And sometimes the Microsoft agent will just remove it right away. So it takes action on some of them. We're lucky, to be honest with you on that. The other part too is on May 2nd. There is actually another publication, and then this is not on this because it's still developing, but there's an enhanced factory reset, which we will be doing, but we're waiting until school is complete because this couldn't have come at also the worst time. We had testing going on. And, you know, there was a limited time to actually complete these tasks. So, of course, no crisis usually happens at a good time anyway, but this was not a great time. The other thing is that on May 3rd is last Friday, we were actually able to successfully downgrade our version to a more stable platform. So this week has been, I'm going to knock on wood, relatively stable. We have not had the crashes that we had. Also, the version we're on is not a version that is impacted by the vulnerability. However, we still have to do our due diligence because we were at that level when we had the exploit. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but I really have to say, going through the event and pulling people together, and it was, I mean, I thought it was pretty good. And it was really around the communication and having practiced it that I think made it so. And then also having the communication that was timely, transparent, going out, it kind of all played into it. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Board, any questions? Director Wilburn.
So did we suffer any actual data loss or just exposure?
So if you can think of it this way, a level 2 exploit is that somebody has gotten a key and jiggled your lock. We don't know. They have a key. They could have gotten in, but there is no indication that there was any data compromise. After we went through, we reviewed everything because we don't even know from the standpoint when we say no, we took the steps that Palo Alto recommended in thinking that they had gotten in and put this upstyle file on our system. We had no indication of that, but we were following protocol from Palo Alto's direction. But the systems, there's multi-layers when you really start talking about data security and privacy, but it's also around how we have our network segmented, as well as making sure that we have multi-factor in all of our applications that are enterprise applications.
Just very impressive. Very, I've been around large organizations, huge organization, a lot of different buildings, a lot of sensitive information, credit cards, everything. Your team just really handled this one.
Board. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next is item E, funding options for public schools on military installations. Superintendent Haberer.
Mrs. Becky Allen, Deputy Superintendent, CFO.
Good evening, and again, kudos to Shelley and your team. You did a fantastic job with that. Pretty amazing. Well, good evening. Thank you so much for giving me some time to talk about the Public Schools on Military Installations program and how to approach funding that. So this is a comprehensive PowerPoint. The first half of it is really about Doug Valley and Air Academy and the changes that we're looking at and the history of the school and some of the needs. I want that out there so the community can see that. I know that you have seen that information. So if you don't mind, I'm going to advance through those slides and move to the funding piece. But our community, certainly I welcome you to take a look at these slides and really see what makes both schools so special. Two of the reasons that the schools are so special are Dan Olson and Adrian Maury, and I'm glad that they're both here this evening. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to advance and just talk about a few things along the way. So the first one is just about how much money would it cost for Doug Valley in terms of this particular project. So just a brief reminder, when we talk about the Public Schools on Military Installations program, that particular program is looking at the full cost of the project, and they are determining, okay, the federal government will pay 80%, and the local school district has to pay 20%. So to have an idea of what that would cost for Doug Valley Elementary School, you can see that it's just under 61 million for the project, 49 million for the federal government, about 12.3 million for the local school district. So we, with your support, have already been saving money for this project. In fact, that reserve already has $9.3 million in there. We really just need, I'm not trying to say 3 million, but we could see the end in sight. And to piggyback off what Chris Garnhart said earlier, Ms. Shandy, you had a question around what happens when you've built all the projects out. We have additional projects, we call them below the line, the Mountain Ridge Cafetorium, the Transportation Center are good examples. When those projects come to conclusion, what I will do is come to you with basically reconciled accounts and say, okay, the projects are closed. We have X dollars left in the board contingency because anything unspent goes right to that board contingency, including the interest income that we're making. So let's say there's $2 million. Most likely, I would be, with the superintendent's support, saying, would you consider moving those $2 million to the Public Schools on Military Installations program? And that would get us that much further. And then whatever delta we have, we would continue to pursue that. What is important to recognize is that there is such a multiplication on what we are able to contribute. For 12.3 million, not only do we get almost 49 million in funding from the government, but if you look at the box at the very bottom, I want to remind you, in deferred maintenance, there's about $27.4 million in projects that need to be tackled. That also gets wiped off the list. So the monetary, if you will, the dollars coming for the building, but also that liability, if you will, that's taken off the books is pretty powerful. Now let's look at this same chart now for Air Academy High School. Now these dollars start to grow exponentially. High school, in terms of also the net zero is a requirement that the federal government has, basically saying that this particular building needs to be self-sufficient for energy. It needs to save enough energy that what it produces, it's zero. It's not using up paying money for additional energy. With that, you can see at the bottom in blue, it's about $239 million. This would also reflect a very comprehensive, cutting edge career wing, just like Mr. Harvey mentioned in the beginning for the work that he's looking at, but in different areas. And so that would all be encompassed into this cost. When you take a look at these numbers, again, we're looking at about 191 million that would come from the government, and about 48, but I would say 49 million is a safe bet to go for our portion. If you take a look at that blue box, do you know what the deferred maintenance is for Air Academy? Just shy of 74 million. So when we think about the yield from a 49 or $47.7 million investment to turn that into over 260 million. It is one of those opportunities that simply does not come around every day. But how do we fund it? We certainly have a plan for Doug Valley, and we hope that the community would see we are truly trying and scrimping to make that work. But to scrimp for the 49 million, that's something that would take time, years. And my concern is that the federal appropriation for this Public Schools on Military Installations program, what if that money goes to other people? We've left an opportunity, 264 million sitting on the table. And it's just would be irresponsible of me as the CFO to say that I think that's an okay outcome. Our kids would absolutely adore this facility. And this is about the whole district. And here's why I say that. In both of these projects, when we accomplish these, we take $100 million off the deferred maintenance list. I promise you, there are plenty of projects from other schools that will slip right in. The second thing is that this cutting edge career wing, this career tech wing at Air Academy, that will not only serve students at Air Academy High School, but we have the ability, and we've already looked at transportation operations to say, look, students who are interested in this programming from around the school district, how do we get them there? And we are looking and believe that we can do that. So other students in the district could also benefit from this programming. So there's typically kind of two main ways that you could fund something like this. So let's look at the first one. It's called a COP. And I'm just doing these little kind of scenarios just on the 49 million. Then I'm going to show you what would be a more realistic view for what we would need to do if a bond were looked at as an example, because charter schools get part of that fund, and there's another idea that we have. But let's just look at 49 million to get the scope of what some of these things cost. So there's something called a certificate of participation, or it's not called a COP, it's called a COP. That's what you'll hear. It's a financing tool. And by the way, you have two experts sitting here from RBC Markets. We work with them. We work with them in our bond issuances. They help me when we are doing planning for our levies, long-term planning, 20, 25-year planning. Dan O'Connell, Anthony Singh, very talented gentlemen. Appreciate them being here in case you ask a question that they would give you a better answer than me on. So you feel free to jump in at any time. So a COP is an opportunity to borrow money. And I think about these things in this way. When you buy a home, I don't have $500,000 to sit at a table and just started to get out of my purse and put it on the table and sign the papers to buy the house. I have financing, a mortgage. All of a sudden, I've got the $500,000 there, and I go ahead, I own the home, but now I've got 25 or 30 years of payments. These two things, a COP and a bond, are very similar. You go through this process, you have an influx of funds that you can utilize for a project, and then you pay it back over time. Both of these scenarios are 25-year paybacks. Again, I simply liken it to a mortgage. So specifically a COP, something gets leased. So if we were doing a COP for $49 million, that would just cover Air Academy, we would have to identify collateral. Makes me nervous. So you're looking at collateral that's equal to 49 million, or just around 10%. That's one of our buildings or two of our buildings. I'm not saying this would be the collateral, but it just gives you an idea. We spent 46 million on Chinook Trail Middle School. So does that become the collateral? What that means is if we default on one of those payments, that building, that collateral is at risk. So how do you pay for your payments? Well, on a mortgage payment, you have them every month. You have a job, you pay your payments. How would we pay these payments? Well, whatever money you have available out of the general fund. Maybe if we had a mill levy override that was generating money, we could use those. But the issue is, this is a sample of what a payment schedule would be for this. And you can see that the annual payment is about $3.4 million. And that would yield us having 49 million, and over 25 years, we pay that back. So let's look at some pros and cons. A pro, we are finding the money not from our constituents, but from within the district to pay the annual payments. So voter approval is not required. You also could issue a COP at any time. You don't have to wait for an election ballot to happen to determine yes or no. You could do it at any time that the board would approve. But here are the cons, and instead of cons, I'm going to say reality. We don't have $3.4 million each year. If we did, it would be in salaries. I don't know where we would find this. If we took 3.4, what's going to pay the price is the salaries. And that's just the reality of it. We would have no dedicated funding stream to pay these payments. And again, every dollar we would pay to COP is a dollar not going to staff and then indirectly not benefiting students. Also, that collateral, I'll just be honest, I don't care for it. It makes me nervous. The other thing is the cost for interest is a little higher for a COP. In my opinion, I just have to be realistic. We do not have the $3.4 million to make the payments. So let's look at another option, which is a bond. Again, how does a bond differ? Well, voter approval is required. Why? Because with a bond, the community is saying, we give you, is everything okay?
Director Wilburn, did you have a question?
I'm sorry.
No, you were on a roll. I didn't want to interrupt you. The concept of collateral, of course, makes perfect sense on the consumer side of the fence. You don't make your car note, they repossess your Buick. They foreclose your home. In this context, it's hard to envision the holder of a debt instrument being particularly interested in taking over an elementary school. I mean, in the real world, what does that look like?
Dan, could you come up?
So in the history of COPs, it's never actually happened. The reason that you require collateral is because it's not necessarily debt. It's annually appropriated by the board. So this is essentially each year the board would meet and say, we appropriate this 3.4 million in order to pay that COP. And so because it's not a multi-year fiscal obligation, it does require underlying collateral. You're right. Like, why would investors want to come in and operate a school? That's not what they would do. So you have to have identifiable collateral that can be subdivided so that you would have, let's say, a school in this half of the building, and then you would have whatever it may be on the other side. It's never happened. And the history of COPs is 20 years plus.
Okay. And in instances like this, is real estate the most typical of the collateral, or do you put up 25 of your buses? Or
no, it has to be essential use collateral. So it has to be something that the district needs to operate, because otherwise you would then say, well, we don't need these 3 buses. So when you have to appropriate, you say, we're not going to appropriate, take the 3 buses, and we don't want to pay. So it has to be very essential to the district to operate. You bet.
Okay. So for bonds, we do have, it has generated a new source of income. And so voter approval is required. And again, just like we did in 2016, it's this tool where if it is approved by voters, then we issue bonds, and we work with Dan to do that. And they are sold, and you will go ahead and make these payments, and folks get interest on the bonds that they buy. Now, we have an opportunity here that is not going to be each year. So we work with RBC to develop our payment schedules on all of our bonds. And so this year, just to give you scale, it's over 29 million this year of 2 payments that we make. It's a principal payment and an interest payment. What you can see on this chart is that in 2025, we have a step down, and we've talked about this before. The payment is going to decrease by about $9 million, and it'll stay pretty steady, and it'll fall again in 2033 by just under $8 million. That gap in there is room. That represents $9 million. Well, for some of the scenarios that you're going to see in a moment, we might need $4 million or $5 million or $3.5 million to pay the bond payment. So even with having approval of the voters to issue new bonds, the levy is still falling. And we are able to put in that bond language the truth without raising taxes. Do our voters give us approval to authorize us to continue to collect within that range? Here is an example of the 49 million in bonds. Now, I just kept it clean so you could kind of compare back to the COP, but in reality, if we were going to have a bond, we'd have to dedicate a portion of that to TCA and New Summit because that's our responsibility and the right thing to do. So the amount would be higher, and you'll see that coming up. Now, I used an assumption here of non-reassessment year 1% increase, reassessment year 5%. This is before the property tax relief was announced on Monday. What I'll show you in a minute or two, I did 0 and 3 because that may drive growth of assessed valuation lower. But what I'd like you to look at, please, is the line that right above the yellow line. It says 2023 assessment year, collection year 2024. That is the levy that you approved in January. If you look all the way out to the right, you see 47.867. That was the total levy that you levied, and that's on folks' property tax statements when you add the bond and the general lines on a property tax statement. In yellow, what we put down is if a $49 million bond passed, what would that do? So if you take a look in the far right column, you have the total mill levy. See, it would be 45.693. And when you go down that column, what I want you to please notice is it keeps going down. Just to the left of that column, column G, that's the levy that would be going there that's dedicated to this particular bond. That's not added on to H. H encompasses that. So what I'm looking is, I want it down, 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 and that's what it's doing. So again, pros, we would have a dedicated funding stream for this. Taxes would not be raised. We can say that for a ballot measure in November. We would not be able to say that the following year because the step down would have been gone. We don't have to worry about collateral. Even though Dan said it's not been used, we wouldn't have to worry. And the interest payment is slightly lower than a COP. Voter approval is required. Very quickly, I'll talk about ballot language a little later, but legally in blue, that is what would lead this off because it's without imposing any new tax. So let's look at a few additional considerations if we wanted to look at this a little bit more deeply. So this opportunity going to the voters, we do not take that lightly. So obviously the 49 million would be on there for the Air Academy High School project. So I'm not sure if you've heard of House Bill 231161. I just learned about it recently. And we actually reached out to the state and some of them didn't know about it. What it means is by January 1 of 2025, it will not be legal to sell fluorescent bulbs in the state of Colorado. If I have a big box of fluorescent bulbs that I already bought on January 1st, 2025, I can use them, knock myself out. But if I run out of bulbs, I cannot go to the store and purchase them in the state of Colorado. Well, our sites have a lot of fluorescent bulbs. And there are some companies that tell you, we could sell you a hybrid bulb. You just stick it in there. It's not fluorescent. It's an LED hybrid with the fluorescent. We've tried them. They catch fire. And I'm not making that up. So we literally, to meet this expectation, we're going to have to change out all our fixtures in the whole building of every building. Now, We are already trying to buy up some fluorescent bulbs because that's a big undertaking. And Liberty and Rampart, they are also going to need extensive rewiring to even put the new fixtures in. We're estimating at about $9 million. This is mandatory, and it would be our recommendation to consider putting this in there as well. Again, if our tax-paying community would say we support this, again, that allows then all of that $9 million to pay that to stay, to pay for Rock Rimmons, walkway, and all the other pieces that we have. We also, again, need to give a proportionate share to TCA and to New Summit. I've spoken with both of them to make sure that they knew this was being discussed. They told me what they would spend their dollars on. In that box on the lower left, you see the proportionate share of their student populations. So it comes to about 69 million and a little bit more, 140,000. Let's look at that in terms of just a schedule. So when you look at these payments, again, what I am looking at, we've kind of oriented ourselves. If you'll notice, I used a more conservative approach because I developed this after Monday. Monday, Governor Polis talked about property tax relief. So I thought, I think I'm going to go 3 and 0. And Dan is always a great sounding board for me with his expertise to give me feedback if my thinking is okay. He felt like this was reasonable. But even with these more conservative numbers, you could see the payments about 4.9 million. But again, I go to the far right column and all I see is 47.867 and I see going down. So even with this addition, our community's levy would drop. And it's important just to remind ourselves that far right column, the very top, 60.216 is our voter approved cap. We are well below that, and we'd continue to decrease. The question I always get is, what would this, in column G, what does that mean in money? Like the yellow line, 1.762 mils. Becky, I don't know what that means. So if I were to take the new rates, 6.7% residential assessment rate, which is in the new bill that Governor Polis shared on Monday, and I'm going to take a home, I'm going to just use 100,000 of home value. Why? Because the number I'm about to give you, if your home is valued at 500,000, multiply it by 5, right? So if I were to take 100,000, these numbers, this equates to about $11.81, that part, the 1.762. Now, if my home's 500,000, I multiply that by 5 in a year. And again, that's not on addition to H. H is the total final. So what would be the way ahead? Certainly any questions you have, but what this would look like if you had interest, because remember the ballot is November. So if you had interest, the next step would be June 6th to have a study session with the board. We would invite Dan and Anthony back, get your feedback on what the purposes of the bond would be. We could show some different alternate payment schedules so you could see some options, and we'd look at sample ballot language. June 6th, if you wanted to proceed, would be a resolution to consider. And that would basically be giving us authorization to alert the county that we intend to be a part of the coordinated election on November 5th for purpose of a bond. If the decision were to move forward, then during the August meeting, 2 other resolutions would be brought to you. One report, we have an IGA with El Paso County because they run the actual election, and then the board would be required to certify ballot language. What questions do you have for me?
Director Cons?
Ms. Allen?
Yes.
When we did the MLO, the
Yes.
district had to remain neutral
Yes.
when you were speaking about it publicly.
Yes.
Do the same rules apply for bonds?
Yes. So Becky Allen, our Superintendent Haber, we were very cautious and conservative and careful during the MLO timeframe to give educational information. We would still do the same. When we are using any resources as a district, we would need to remain neutral and simply provide the information.
And in our presentations in the MLO, we were sure to put pros and cons, kind of like you
Yep.
even presented
That's
tonight,
right.
Becky.
Right. And we would continue. Now, if someone wanted to take a stand, they could start a yes campaign that's separate from the district and perhaps fundraise if they wanted to do mailers or other things. Likewise, if people said, I don't like this, I want to vote no, they could also have an opposition campaign separate from the district, raise money, have no signs, no mailers, those types of things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board, any other questions? Director Yanez?
I am the luckiest board member because I get to be the liaison for, at least this year, for Air Academy and Doug Valley, and have spent some time over there. I think there's something going on that's just kind of, you can just kind of feel it. So that industry partner piece, along with getting tapped on the shoulder for this program. There's some pretty amazing things on the horizon for both those schools. And I keep going back to the 100 million of deferred maintenance. Every time you speak, I write things down, but I starred this one a lot. Like this is,
like I joked one time, I hope you always hear the same thing.
Right.
Good, okay.
That's good, I like that. You know, as the daughter of a realtor back in the day in Chicago during the 80s, when interest rates were at 13% or something, my dad just only recently at 83 years old was sitting in his easy chair and told me, you know what our collateral always was? The house. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm really glad I grew up not knowing that. But thank you for your prudent approach to this, and exciting things on the horizon.
Thank you. And it wouldn't be possible without Superintendent Haber's vision for this work and Adrian and Dan's as well. Their leadership and just foresight into the possibilities here. It really, it's them who've done the work, and Chris Garnhart to put these things together, and Dan and Anthony. So thank you.
Board, any other questions? So just to confirm, Ms. Allen, to Ms. Kahn's point, if we were to move forward with this, we would have to be silent kind of after that June 6th, once we vote on the resolution with the intent to participate.
Yes, and perhaps, you know, if you had interest, you know, you might say, just like with the MLO, we put together an educational presentation. You might say, Becky, please present that to the board one night or something like that. But it would be an educational presentation, a pro and a con.
And we just recently brought together some stakeholders. We had all of our West Side principals. We had some parents and community members just to kind of bounce this idea. And I sent the presentation to you ahead of time so you knew that, you know, what the information is that was going to be presented. And we just got really positive feedback. West Side principals were really excited about this idea. I know the community members and parents that were there, they're like, can we start talking about it now? And we said, no, we have to wait until we present it to the board. But they're, like Director Yanez said, there's a lot of energy around this. We're also looking at Air Academy as kind of building on that innovation center there. And as we start talking to business partners, they're getting excited about it. Both Lindsay Pack and Ann Caesar were a part of the evaluation team, and they're excited about the idea of having an innovation center there. And we even talked about, as part of the bond, creating like a transportation piece of it in there too, so that students around the district could also take advantage of those career pathway opportunities at Air Academy.
And Mr. Salt, I just want to clarify one piece on your question. So up on that slide, the timeline would put August 8th to certifying ballot language. It is at that point where we become, whereas myself or as in our working capacity becomes educational only. That's kind of when that clock starts for fair campaign practices. Thank you so much. Oh.
Sorry, this is just for Superintendent Haber. Were you able to do any informal focus groups as far as what the community preferred when you had these meetings? as far as a COP or a bond?
Well, it was very clear, at least in my opinion, and Director Yanez was there, that the group that we brought together was pretty representative, and Becky presented both, and I think I could say that they were definitely preferring a bond to be able to do that, knowing that we're taking, what, 2.33 million out, knowing that, what is it, 80%, a large part of our budget is salaries and benefits. So when you talk about not having an additional revenue stream, where is that going to come from? It's going to, eventually it's going to hit our compensation packages. It has to, because we don't have any other place to pull from. So when you look at it that way, especially, I think the idea of a bond is definitely more appealing. I would say for our staff members for sure, but community members understanding that you start having to reduce staffing. Now you're talking about larger class sizes. You're talking about disappearance of programming, and you compare that to, passing a bond, especially this opportunity to be able to pass a bond. This is like a one-time opportunity to be able to do it and not have to raise taxes. And that, I think that is a huge selling point as well.
Right. And really my intention when I asked about the rules governing MLOs versus, it was wishful thinking that we could be more positive on a bond. So, okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Real quick, so just to confirm, so the district's recommendation would be the bond at the 69.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Director Wilburn.
So you'd mentioned something about earlier in the presentation about the money going to other people. Is there some sort of a sunset, a date, a timeline to accept the language and submit it or not? Or is that just?
They don't give you a deadline. They
Okay.
just say, they just kind of want you to go through the process as fast as you can type of thing. And it's in stages. So we've got the design, we get that award, then we get a construction grant. But they recognize that Air Academy is a very steep price tag. And the signals I have gotten from them is to move along on this. Because while we don't, they always say it's up in the air what future appropriations could come from the federal government. So on this one, I'm strike while the iron's hot type of approach.
I did have somebody on the evaluation team when we were walking around mention to me that, while they're offering it, they are really excited about our project. And I don't know, Dan and Adrian, I think you would agree. They're excited. They usually only come out for one day for one project. They decided to come out for 3 days because I think they were so excited about the PK8 and the career pathway opportunities that we want to have between like our 7th and 8th grade students being able to travel up to the high school with the aviation pathway and culinary and performing arts kind of career academies that we're building at Air Academy. So not only were they excited about it, but I did have one person tell me, you want to be able to act on it as soon as you can after the site visit, because if, frankly, if they don't think you're really going to act on it or do anything with it, they could just start overlooking and just go on to other districts that might, be really ready to act. The other thing, of course, which is obvious, and that is that prices of construction just keep to go up. So the longer we wait on stuff, we're just looking at a higher price tag.
And I think they see this as a gem, just a shining light. Just anecdotally, they typically will rebuild or renovate what you have. Here's what I mean by that. Doug Valley is a K-5 school. So we submitted for pre-K, that's new, 8, 6, 7, and 8. They said, no, you can't do that. And we had at first, but we kept working with them and they're thrilled about the PK8. And I think, and they are as thrilled about seeing that extend to the high school. So they see it truly as a shining light. And I think as a point of pride that it sits on the academy and that it would serve that service member population so well.
Director Wilburn.
Are these two options by any means mutually exclusive? So can we begin the process of formulating our bond wording and getting a temperature read of the community, while at the same time walking down the first step or two on the path for the COP?
My only concern is I don't know what money I would use to pay the COP off. So that annual payment, like of the 3.4 million, we just don't have those dollars.
Here's another advantage as well that they talked about, and that is that, you know, worst case scenario, we go out for a bond. If it doesn't pass, then we could go back to them and say, you know, they could see that we've tried everything to be able to come up with the money. They wouldn't add that much more, but there's a potential they might throw in an extra 4%.
They said like 4%, yeah.
So it wouldn't be a lot, but, you know, it just gives us another option. But that's only if your district tried to go out for bond, showing that you went full effort to try to get the funding.
And if I might have a little more confidence around a COP if it weren't for also the new funding formula that has passed at the state for school finance. That from the run, we have very limited information, but again, it just looks like it's going to be, we're still hoping to get rate of inflation. We don't even know yet if we're going to get that. So I would just be very cautious and concerned about making that commitment.
Yeah, the funding formula is something that no one, I mean, brand new. It's a different way of funding schools than what we've seen in the past. And so lots of really good ideas and information, but how that actually gets implemented in the future, we don't really know. We looked through some of the initial stuff as the bill was being introduced, and we got a whole like $27 more per student. That number's gone up a little bit, but it's not significant. And then as Ms. Allen was saying, there's a floor funding model that you'll have. I believe that's the 25-26 year. And so that's the threshold that you won't be able to go under. The question is whether or not there are inflationary increases allowed to that. So if not, 8 years from now, we could still have the 25-26 funding model and not have any additional increases on top of that, which would put us in a really bad spot, especially if we've committed to $3.5 million with the COP with that additional funding. So to Ms. Allen's point, there's a lot of angst, I know for me, with the fact that we're making significant changes to the way education is funded in the state, and we have no proof of concept. And so there's a lot of risk here in trying to overcommit without knowing how we'll actually get funded in the future and where that funding source is coming from. I'd also like to say that every time I look at the two of you, you are like glowing with excitement when we talk about this. And I know the energy that we have when we talk about the career academies and the partnerships we're getting over there for Air Academy, it feels like we're getting a lot of really positive energy and momentum towards Air Academy High School with these business partnerships. And so, I mean, it's a really exciting time to see all of this starting to come together. So I think it's really beneficial to do something. So any other questions, board? No, ma'am. Yes, one more.
I think, I don't know if it's been mentioned before, but it needs to be repeated. When the team came out and there was that snowstorm and you guys were shuttling around town, people were picking up each other in four-wheel, drive vehicles and all the things. I know that the team that was out was so totally impressed by District 20 and all the people that have put in their heart and soul into preparing the numbers and the slides and all the information. Superintendent Heber, Becky, sorry.
Becky's good.
Okay, I was going to go
Becky's
through
good.
the thing, but okay. Dan and Adrian and everybody else that worked on this. It has to be said again. They said that this doesn't happen, that this was something really special and unique, and they were completely impressed. So thank you for doing all of that legwork, and let's see what happens.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. So, board, does anyone have any concerns with proceeding with the district's recommended course of action? Okay, thank you. Mr. Belcher, how many people have signed up to speak during public comment section 1?
There are 4 individuals signed up for section 1.
All right, board welcomes the comments of our community members. Speakers must sign up prior to 1 p.m. via an online form, and they must limit their remarks to 2 minutes or less. In deference to ASD 20 students will be allowed to speak first during the first public comment section. Following any students, speakers who wish to comment on an agenda item will be called in the order of their sign up. We greatly value all comments from the public, but in order to adhere to board policy and accomplish the work already on the agenda, the board will not respond at the meeting. Speakers may offer appreciation for or criticism of school operations and programs as concern them, but are encouraged to exercise their speech rights responsibly, as they are personally responsible for any legal consequences attributable to their comments, including claims for defamation. Please keep in mind that students often attend board meetings. Speakers' remarks therefore should be suitable for an audience that includes kindergarten through 12th grade students, including no use of profanities or obscenities. Comments concerning personnel matters should be directed to the superintendent or board president in writing with your signature. Supplemental written materials can be given to the security guards and they will be delivered to the board secretary. The board president will recognize each speaker, and consistent with GP 4.4, comments will be curtailed if remarks or behavior becomes inappropriate. The board president may interrupt, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the business of the school district, inappropriate for K-12 students, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Thank you for your cooperation.
First up to speak is Emily Heinrich, followed by Karen Guevara and Catherine Chukas. Emily, you're up.
Good evening. My name is Emily Heinrich, and I'm a proud D20 educator and parent of 2 D20 graduates. I'm here tonight to speak to you about equity versus equality. These two words are frequently used interchangeably outside of education. Within education, however, we know that equity means that everyone gets what they need to succeed, while equality means that everyone gets the same. We also know that equal doesn't mean fair. Why then is District 20 administration recommending a salary increase that is equal rather than equitable? Our students, our schools, and our district are suffering due to a lack of equity. According to the Colorado Department of Education, District 20 had a staff turnover rate of nearly 20% for the 23-24 school year. The highest levels of turnover occurred in the areas of instructional support and paraprofessionals at nearly 30%. In contrast, the turnover rate for administration in D20 was a mere 12%. We know there's a national teacher shortage, but it is more than that. Instructional support personnel and paraprofessionals are desperately needed at all levels across our district, but we cannot hire or retain persons for these positions due to low offered compensation. And our most educationally impacted students are suffering because of this untenable situation. The leadership of the Academy Education Association has provided you with an equitable alternative. I acknowledge that the current proposal to offer a 6% salary increase for D20 employees is extremely generous and equal. It is not, however, equitable. Yes, I recognize that this proposal would, on paper, cost the district an additional $1.3 million, but I believe that it is time to ask whether we would rather put those funds into the hands of the members of Team 1 or into the pockets of lawyers and litigators when positions go unfilled. I'd like to end by acknowledging that this week is Teacher Appreciation Week. Teacher Appreciation Week was originally proposed by Eleanor Roosevelt in 1953. Mrs. Roosevelt wrote, "It is quite impossible to give teachers monetary compensation alone that will repay them for their time and devotion to their job and the love that must go to each and every child. But I think that we could compensate a little more adequately the teachers in our communities."
Up to bat is Karen Guevara. On deck is Catherine Chukas. In the hole is Megan Gateke.
I have a naturally loud voice. Okay. Hi, my name is Karen Guevara. I'm a D20 parent and resident. I'd like to speak about Resolution 19924, the approval of salaries for fiscal year 24-25. I believe this resolution needs some changes before it's approved. While I think all district employees should receive a raise, I don't think the proposal of an across-the-board 6% raise for all positions is fiscally responsible, given the current situation in our district. As this proposed salary increase stands, an administrator making $125,000 a year would receive a pay increase of $7,500, whereas a teacher making $50,000 a year would receive an increase of only $3,000. Does this seem fair? Please consider a flat salary increase of $5,000 instead. The cost to live in Colorado Springs has not increased more for administrators and district leadership than it has for teachers and support staff. It's not difficult to fill D20's higher paying administrative positions, but it is hard to fill the lower paying teaching positions as shown by the number of teacher vacancies and turnover. I believe a salary increase of $5,000 could help D20 retain current teachers and help attract new teachers, new ones. This is Teacher Appreciation Week. Please show our hardworking, dedicated teachers that we appreciate them by giving them a higher, more equitable salary increase. Finally, I hope you continue to respect and trust our highly qualified librarians' ability to determine what books should be in our school libraries. The Hate U Give is an excellent and eye-opening book. I hope you take the time to read it if you haven't already done so.
Up to bat is Catherine Chukas, and on deck is Megan Gateke.
Hi, my name is Catherine Chukas. I live in the district. I'm an Air Academy parent, the SAC chair, and my animal update is about the mighty birds we call Cadettes and about their girls soccer playoff victory. I know my Saturday is going to be filled with a lot of games up in Douglas County. About item 10E, it's one of the many agenda items tonight about money, and there's a lot of details about it, and you've made some interesting comments and asked some questions about the options. And while I have many thoughts on how to raise $49 million, I'm happy to give them. You need to have public meetings where I will happily share them. But also you as board members have to say something publicly in meetings about why the bond is better than the other alternatives. And you also have to talk to the community about this, especially because there's pockets of the district who won't understand why there are schools needed on military bases and really don't understand the West Side at all. And these pockets are not where I live and not where I recreate and not where I shop, but likely where you live and where you recreate. So please talk about it. And when I consider the details of the COP, my downside about that, no matter what's said about collateral, my downside about this is I really think that part of that collateral is going to be a West Side elementary school. And that's really concerning as well. So again, when it comes to a bond, that's less risky to put in front of the community. As many of you know, I'm an economist, and when I used to teach undergraduates in Chicago, we talk about safer forms of public finance, and that's really what a bond is. Another economic term is COLA, cost of living adjustment. And as you think about the 6% today for salaries, you really may want to think about it being 5.2% across the board as a COLA, being equal to what's going on with inflation. Use that 5.2% for everybody, and then take the excess disproportionately for the staff for a more equitable distribution being suggested by other speakers. Think about it that way. It's economics. Thank you.
And Megan Gateke.
Hey, I'm a parent of 3 students in D20. I live in D20 and I survived soccer season and I'm here now. All right, so I feel the same about increasing teacher salary. It should be higher than administration. I think all of us can look back on our time in school and we remember all the good teachers we had and the bad teachers. We want to keep all the good teachers. So I'll just move on to my other stuff since Sarah did that. I was at my SAC meeting this morning and they told me that the 5th grade classes could go up to 31 students per class. And I don't know if you guys have visited the classrooms, but that's a lot of kids. Like, that's way too many. I visited my son's class and they had 28 kids and it already felt like a lot. My child's teacher is amazing and manages to do it all with a smile and a sense of humor, but I can't imagine increasing her class size. I don't even think the kids would fit comfortably in the class. It would be a mess with the structure of the desks and the space. And it already felt tight. Like that's a lot of moving bodies, like all those kids. It's too much. Add in the 504s and the IEPs and the personalities and the different languages spoken. How do you expect our classes to be successful? So I would also like you guys to think about classroom sizes. And all right, I guess I still have time. So with the teacher pay, I want you to really think about what the teachers mean to us and how many teachers we're losing and how easy it is for them to travel to other districts to get jobs. And like in my own school, we had a teacher leave at the beginning and they had to keep trying to fill that spot in. And it really hurt that class. And I know some of the parents in that class are going to homeschool next year because they're so worried about the teacher retention and like those kids did not have a very good year. So I think it should be priority to keep the teachers because they make everything good.
All right, thank you. All right, board, we need a motion to approve resolution 198-24, acceptance of the District Accountability Committee end of year report.
Moved.
Second.
Discussion, please, Ms. Cons.
I'd like to invite Mrs. Shannon Hester to the podium. She is our parent DAC chair.
All right. DAC is one of your two, I believe, different, what are they called? There's audit and there's DAC. So DAC, and we have charges that are based on state law. We advise the board on spending monies, and we help with accreditation in that process. We also are there to increase parent engagement. I'm happy to report we are required to have 7 people on DAC, and we have 67 people on our DAC. We have a representative there from every school in the school district. So I think that's pretty amazing. In your in your report, I listed all of the different things that all the different presentations that we were given. They include things like we get updates from accreditation, from budget. We review the resource priorities. We do, we look at the educator effectiveness plan, all those things. We also have some discretionary presentations. We get updates from the building fund. We had the mill levy override ballot presentation, transportation updates, very similar to what you guys get as well. We ended up meeting 9 times throughout this year. We had 1 snow day. That was fun. That was also the day of it was supposed to be our budget priority day. So we had to pivot on that. And then we ended up doing our budget resource priority in February instead of in January. And then Mrs. Stevens gave that report to you guys last board meeting in April. The other big project that we do is the accreditation. We bring parents and administrators together and teach the parents all about the DIPs and the SIPs and the SFPs and all the acronyms. But we look at all the site plans and we look at the SFPs and we make recommendations. We have each principal comes and gives a report to us and to show how they are aligning their site plans to all those things. And it's a great exercise in accreditation. Let's see, we get the educator effectiveness plan update. We get the conduct and discipline code update. And then, yeah, we have 67 members. So I think that was pretty cool. And then the other part that we do is charter school applications. And we had no charter school applications this year, so we didn't have to do that. Do you have any questions?
Director Cons.
I just want to publicly thank Mrs. Hester for her years of hard work on DAC as a member and then a parent chair, going on her 2nd term. And if I can brag on her, she won Volunteer of the Year at not 1, but 2 of our schools, Timberview and Liberty. So, yeah. So thanks. And I've had such a privilege. It's been such a privilege to be part of DAC the last couple years. And those 67 members, however many we have, it's thrilling to watch them work together because everyone has unique and wonderful ideas and we really collaborate. We ask the principals the hard questions. We try to brainstorm with them and it's fun and rewarding work. So thanks for what you do and for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
She was in school at 7 o'clock this morning with me at Liberty, and we didn't leave until about 1:30, and we worked very hard, and now she's here doing this. And I know this is out of turn.
I'll allow it because you're congratulating her. Ms. Shandy, did you have a question? Okay, I was just gonna say thank you. I appreciate all of the work, and for those of you who don't understand how impressive it is that we have 67 members on our DAC, I talked to board members from across the state, and there are people who can't meet the minimum requirements. They are pulling teeth, trying to coerce people to come and sit on the DAC so they can just meet their minimums. So I appreciate all the work that you do and all of the members of our DAC. I know it's a time commitment and really appreciate what that means. Everyone on that team is really making this district better. And just another example of how District 20 is outshining everyone else in the state. It's great. Thank you so much for your report. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy?
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn?
Aye.
Mrs. Yanez?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye. Next is a motion to approve Resolution 199-24, approval of salaries for fiscal year 24-25.
Moved.
Second.
Discussion, please, Superintendent Haber.
So this is our recommendation officially from Cabinet and from the superintendent is the 6% across all employee groups. And Becky and Cameron are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Director Shandy.
I just appreciate all your conversations this week. We had quite a few conversations on the flat rate 6% versus different monies, different categories and things like that. And I think we had some great conversations about moving forward in the future and redefining with Mr. Smart as well, redefining EL 2.7 and I feel like we've made some really great progress on where we want to go in the future and how we're doing things. And so I feel good about the conversations that we've had. So I do appreciate your time in that. I know you guys spent a lot of time with me this week, so thank you.
Thank you. Well, and just as a reminder, we are going to be discussing this at the June 6th at the study session. We are going to be taking another look at the 2.7.3 to see what language the board wants to change, if anything in there, and then that helps direct us on what we need to do next. So I look forward to that too.
Great. Would you like me to just give a brief overview?
Please.
Is that okay? All right, thank you. First of all, I just want to thank the teachers who are here. I want to thank the folks that stand up at the podium and advocate for those salaries because we do the same advocacy. And we look at a lot of different scenarios. And in fact, we've looked at two of the scenarios that you talked about tonight. So we are recommending a 6%. And when you look at the salaries and benefits, it comes out to just under $11.9 million. Now, what is important, I want to I've heard about the 5,000 and it was brought up here and it's something we've looked at. To give a $5,000 flat rate to every staff member would cost $7.6 million more than the 11.9. Okay, sorry. So, sure. So I so appreciate, can you hear that? It's okay? There we go. So I so appreciate that because we looked at flat dollar amounts. $5,000 would put us, as I mentioned, about 7.6 million higher than the 11.9. The only flat amount that we could go ahead and afford within that dollar amount was $3,050. And if you look at an average teacher salary in our district is $65,225, that would only be equal to a 4.7% increase. So I only say that to let you know we try to look at every option. There was another one mentioned too about saying, okay, I'm going to make an assumption. It was maybe if you give all staff, start with everybody like with 5.2% and try to take the extra and move the others up. So we looked at if we moved administrators to 5.1%. I know it's not exactly 5.2, but within our budget, we could only move all other staff to 6.1%. it was because it doesn't make a huge impact. So I just wanted to give you some numbers and let you know that we appreciate the ideas. And I hope that you continue to share those and advocate because it's critically important. I just want you to know from my heart that we're all there right with you advocating as hard as we can as well. So this is what we are sharing. We were able to provide something that does meet inflation, which is the 5.2%. We're at 6%. And what this would do with our starting salary is move it to $51,250. Our current is $48,800. One of the statistics that I've just learned recently from Mr. Smart, you know, gosh, everyone has heard this and is probably sick of me saying that we're funded dead last in the state, 178 out of 178. But a statistic that I'm proud of is that this year's starting salary for District 20, $48,800, while it's not where we want to be forever, it was number 27 in the state. So although we were funded dead last, we are putting as many resources as we can into the salaries and benefits. So as you look at this then and you look at the bullet points below, what you see are the other aspects that go along with the salary. Our extra pay is tied to the base salary. So when that increases the about 5.02% to get up to the $51,250, so does our extra pay. So that's the $438,000 you see. Our health insurance, over the last 2 years, we were able to cut those premiums for staff by 10% each year. Unfortunately, for next year, the district is facing a 7% increase for Kaiser Permanente. That's about 1.2 million. It was very important to us in cabinet, in Superintendent Haberer, and I know the board, to really not lose the ground that we've made on our health insurance. So the district is absorbing the 1.2 million. With respect to dental premiums, they also went up 78,000, that we keep that flat for our employees. And then we will continue to have another staff leave buyback in the fall, and that'll cost us about 142,000. I want to be very transparent though on that. That's not coming out of our new dollars. We had built a healthy reserve to fund that staff leave buyback. Those dollars will come from there. So what you can see is the total cost of the compensation package there. Also, just to let you know, it's about 88% of the total cost. Just, I think this pie chart is helpful. Goes to teachers and classified staff. Again, because it's important that there are frontline folks and that they are receiving the bulk of those dollars. Are there any questions for me? So I just want to be clear. There's 2 resolutions this evening. This resolution is only for the salaries. And so this is a decision of yes or no on this salary package. And then, you know, things start to move forward in terms of contracts and things of that nature. There is a second resolution after I share the proposed budget, and that just acknowledges that we have shared a proposed budget. The actual budget does not get presented to you for adoption until June 6th. Any questions for me?
Director Cons.
I want to reiterate to the community what Ms. Allen, what you said, what Director Shandy alluded to, is that we did have many, many meetings. You know, for me, it's been years in the making of talking about the differentiation between administrator salaries and teacher and classified staff salaries. So I think it's not just on the mind of the public that we heard from. It's on a lot of people's mind to do the right thing. I'm not going to expand on it anymore, but it's very challenging. So we did push back. We all talked about a lot of different options, and just to be transparent, what Director Shandy mentioned is that I think we understand, we're about to vote and we'll see for sure, but I think we understand that the 6% is just above inflationary increase, and we feel like we can live with that I'll speak for myself that I can live with that same percentage this year, as long as, like we've spoken about, looking at other options with flat rates, graduated percentages next year and going forward. So I just want to share that with the community.
Director Yanez.
There were, sorry, there were a couple statistics that stood out to me during these meetings and the research that we did, but, and one is, Mr. Smart, that beginning teacher pay for this year, so for 23-24 is 27th out of 178 school districts. That is something we can actually celebrate and look at and say, okay, that's great. In addition to that, I remember I would always look up, where are we nationally, right? And so Colorado's generally, I didn't actually look it up right before the meeting, but in and around 39 out of 50 states for teacher pay. So staying above that state ranking needs to keep happening. And then a statistic I also ran across, or someone told me recently, is that Colorado is also the 11th most expensive state to raise children in. So we've got other work to do outside of education too, on that. It's not probably getting any cheaper. So I also want to recognize that there was a 2% cut across programs, departments at the EAC that equated, I think, in around 500.
A little less than
900.
yeah, a little less than 500,000 to
Okay.
help with the security officers.
Yeah. So, and that those cuts were taken from at the district and not coming out of school budgets and impacting classrooms. So continuing to work in the right direction. I want to just point some of that out for the community as well.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. When I first came on the board 3 years ago, I sat down in your office and mentioned wanting to try to get teacher pay up over $50,000. And the fact that we have a proposal that'll do that, I'm really excited about. This is 3 consecutive raises for teachers that equal, what, about 25%, I believe is where we'll be.
Yes.
And that's a pretty significant jump in 3 years. I think that's the largest in the county as far as a 3-year span. And so I think that's a really great thing to celebrate. So I appreciate all of your work. And I know this is, again, as Ms. Yanez mentioned, we've taken from other places so that we can make sure that we keep as much as we can going to teachers. And the fact that we're able to absorb those benefits costs, that's $1.2 million that isn't being pushed out onto our teachers that we've been able to absorb. And so, I want to thank you and your team for putting this together, but also the rest of the district for being willing to make those types of sacrifices for your departments to make sure that we can compensate our teachers as strongly as possible. So again, not where we want to be, but we're really on a great trajectory, and I really appreciate all of your work. Any other comments, board? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy?
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn?
Aye.
Mrs. Yanez?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye. Next, we need a motion to approve resolution 200-24, acceptance of proposed budget for 24-25.
Moved.
Second.
Discussion, please, Superintendent Haber.
Mrs. Becky Allen, do you have anything you want to share around this?
I'll just give a few highlights. So this evening you have before you the proposed budget. So you received that in the PDF. If you ever want a copy of it, I've got one over on my desk as well. So let's just give some highlights about what comprises some of the main components. First of all, you know about the budget process, and June 6th we'll revisit this with a budget hearing and budget consideration of budget adoption. Again, this is satisfying our statutory requirement to present a proposed budget to the board. So let's talk a little bit about resources. We know there are 3 variables critical to our funding: enrollment, what our per pupil revenue will be, and our assessed valuation. So taking a look at this slide, you have really what is our enrollment doing over time. Just to give you a big picture, 1920 was my first year as CFO. I didn't know what COVID was at the beginning. And by March 13th, right, 2020, we were shutting down. So the enrollment for that year can be considered pre-COVID. We were at 26,603. 26,603. We took some dips. Do you know in 22-23, we went back to 26,607. This year, remember I said, looks like a typo, it's 26,607. And you can see here on the right part of the screen what we are projecting for next year. A slight decrease. New Summit, their projection was put in at 0, just remaining flat. They've already said they think they may increase a little bit, but this is the projection we went with. TCA going down by about 60. They are getting less kindergarten students coming in, so they are seeing that trickle in some of their classrooms. And then the non-charters, we're projecting a minus 43. And so overall, it's about, as I said, the minus 103 overall in head count. Now, when you look at funded pupil count, this is different. So if I have 2 students standing here, head count 2. If they're both half-time, funded pupil count 1. Now, what you will see, this is important under 23-24 at the bottom, you see the funded pupil count. CDE averaging was put into place. What does that mean? It means our funded pupil count wasn't that high. They artificially inflated us as a part of averaging. They do this sometimes when a school district has a dip in enrollment. Off to the right, we have our actual projected funded pupil count. I don't want to try to project what CDE is going to give us in averaging. We've tried to work with them to move the Wizard of Oz, out of the way and see behind. We don't know. So conservatively, that's what we have. If we don't have any averaging, that's what we have. If we have some averaging, then we'll certainly true that up at the mid-year budget. Our per pupil revenue is the same I shared with you with our April presentation around revenue assumption. Based upon our per pupil revenue in the mid-year budget, we're up 6.98%, about $702. Our assessed valuation, gosh, we're looking at a 1515 that I mentioned earlier. Maybe it's going to be more like 0303. We don't know yet. We'll true that up at the mid-year. Remember, the biggest implication is the share of local property taxes and state. The bucket size of total program funding is not going to change because of the different AV. It's going to be the share that changes. Here's a look at, in the orange box, if we didn't have a bond. That's not in here. If we did not, it's assuming about a 1% increase in AV, you could see that we have a pretty significant drop in our levy. And if you specifically look at that debt service levy, you can really see that $9 million step down. When you put this all together, we have about 16.9 million in available resource. You'll see in a moment how that is spent in the budget. About 13.3 million of it is from our per pupil revenue, the School Finance Act, for non-charters. Here is a slide that just shows the share between state equalization and property tax. That's the orange and blue sand that fills the bucket. I just thought you might find it interesting, as I did. Our assessed valuation went way up. And remember I said that means the state gets to pay less. Well, last year, the state share was 59.5% and our share was 20.7%. You can see that shift illustrated as, again, the state is the benefactor of those higher assessed valuations. Let's look at expenses. We already talked about salaries. Now, this is a slide that I call, I was a math person, right? I wasn't big on some of the Shakespeare and Macbeth and all that. So I'm going to have to be honest. I had to get the Cliff Notes, okay? Those little yellow books to help me, because that's just not my strength. To me, this sheet is the Cliff Notes for the entire general budget, okay? General fund budget. Let's take a look at it. 16.9 is the new available resource. That's what's outlined in that blue box at the top. What do we have there? We've got our salary costs. We've got the amount of money that we're putting into new positions, new staffing, those types of pieces. And beneath that, you'll see about $280,000 for literacy tutoring at the elementary school because ESSER dollars are going away. We've talked about the $500,000 for workers' comp, for property tax property insurance premiums. $150,000 is going for a district-wide assessment for math and English language arts for progress monitoring. And then we're also adding the Parent Square next year. Blackboard will go away the following year, but this will be a nice consolidated option for our families. Those expenses use up all our new resource. So I draw a line and I say below it, how much expenses do we have over the new money that we have? And that's what's in the red box. We call this the budget is upside down. It means there's more spending than revenue. For those of you who have served on the board in the past, you know I typically come with a proposed budget that is $2 million upside down. However, with the uncertainty about the new funding formula, we needed to be more conservative. So we are going to be upside down about $285,000. What are some highlights in that bottom box? We pay about $2.6 million to the charters. That minus $550, those are some of the costs that we saved with respect to Loomis, with the 2% reductions that all of the cabinet department leaders readily agreed to say, take the money, put it towards the additional positions for security officers, etc. So what you see there is the upside down, the usage of unassigned fund balance. At the very bottom in purple, when you take a look at this slide, I like to always look, I do this every year, what money went to salaries, benefits, staffing. Those are those top 3 ones with the purple star, the tutors, the staffing additions, etc. If you look at the bottom, they add up to about 16.2 million. So 96%, or like I like to say, 96 cents of every new dollar from the 16.9 million is going to salary, benefits, staffing adjustments, and additions. On this slide, I just want to point out where we will be, where we're projected to be with unassigned fund balance. You know it has to be between 4 and 12%. This puts us at 9.6%. Also, just a slide, this is pretty consistent from year to year, but important to know our business is teaching and learning, and a little over 73% are for our direct instruction, student and staff support, and of course, that is the positions that make that happen. Here is an overview of all of our funds. Just a couple of quick highlights. Designated purpose grants. ESSER is done September 30th of 2024. So you will see that empty out in the budget. Transportation, you'll see that we went ahead and took $332,000 from the fund balance to fund implementation of that Tyler Tech ridership software. Building fund, you'll see that it looks to end because we're anticipating most, if not all of that money would be consumed at the end of 24-25. And the technology fund, if you were not aware, we have 4 staff members who work with digital integration in IT. That means helping our teachers with instructional technology. They are getting less money in the technology fund next year because those positions are moving to learning services to really work hand in hand with the instructional leaders there. And so that money will go to learning services instead. Finally, before I take any questions and just talk about the way ahead, I believe it was Mr. Salt during the April 4th DAC presentation of budget priorities. I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, that you said, what are your top 5, Ms. Stevens? And I wrote them down and I wanted to put them on the slide because I wanted you to have a moment to think about, have we addressed any of these? Number 1 are the cuts to Title I funding. Yes, these positions several years ago when ESSER started, we had over 500,000 in intervention positions. They would have gone away without ESSER, but we've kicked that can and now we are funding those positions in the general fund. Math resources, progress monitoring, we've got the IXL which is going to be that district-wide tool. Deferred maintenance, we're able to fully fund cap reserve at about $125 per student, as we typically do, and we are developing a master plan. Student behavior, Dr. Lujan Lindsay is working on an acuity system of trying to analyze needs in each building around behavior needs of students and marshaling her fleet, if you will, her team of behavior paras. We're also hiring 4 RBTs. And tutoring resources, we put about $280,000 into that because ESSER is going away. So just a glimpse at how we're trying to address some of those pieces. Finally, just the way ahead tonight, like any year, we always send a budget memo 2 to our staff. 1 will go out this evening. And then on June 6th, we'll have a budget hearing, and then the budget will also be on the docket for your consideration for adoption. It's required that that get adopted by June 30th. Any questions for me?
Board, any questions or comments? I'd like to say thank you for the title slide. I think that was really helpful, and I think it shows the community that we're paying attention. It's not just idle presentations up here.
That's right.
Really appreciate the presentation, all the work that you've done. I had one other question I did not send ahead of time, but it just occurred to me while we were going through. You mentioned on the student counts that the UPK count was separate from the normal student count from that program. Is that program self-sufficient, or does the district end up subsidizing the UPK programs at some level?
What we are doing is, so 4-year-old students, they're qualified for the UPK dollars. So basically the free no tuition. For 3-year-olds with a qualifying factor, IEP, ELL, foster, homeless, economically disadvantaged, they would receive free UPK. For the 3-year-olds who do not have a qualifying factor, they would pay tuition, which is $260 per month. So that would be the main revenue source. Otherwise, we are using the revenue to fund that program.
Does the revenue from the program fully fund the program, the expenses side, or?
The majority.
Okay.
The majority of it. And so, because in the past, I mean, I can look at the budget book and send you an email with what that breakdown is. Is that all right?
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I'd rather not estimate, but give you a better figure. So I'll send that tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Board, any other questions? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy?
Aye.
Mr. Wilburn?
Aye.
Mrs. Janez?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye. Thank you. Next, we need a motion to approve Resolution 201-24, consideration for library book appeal.
I move that the Board of Education for Academy District 20 does not accept the reconsideration of the book The Hate U Give in the Discovery Canyon Campus Middle School Library and will not hear the appeal.
Second.
Discussion, please. Director Shandy.
This is a 14-year-old plus age book in a middle school library serving 11 to some 14-year-olds. It's not the place for it. A high school is more the place for this book, not a middle school. It could be a great example of us reconsidering policy where this would be an opt-in book for the older kids and not the 11-year-olds. A movie was made of it. And then for it to be PG-13, all of the language had to come out of the movie, but yet we're providing it to 11-year-olds.
Director Yanez.
I know we mentioned this at our last, when we heard from Tacey on the changes to the policy. So a couple of things. This book challenge went through before any of those changes had gone through, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
I've asked, if possible, I think it would be helpful in this process. I've asked Tacey to just talk about the process that was followed during this, and you're right.
Okay.
The rubric, this has been a great process for us to keep with that continuous improvement, to keep trying to improve that policy. And So I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Tacey, but that those 9 characteristics that we asked people on the committee to consider, there was a suggestion, I think, resulting from the observations I think that you made, Director Shandy, when you were able to watch that process, that we needed to maybe provide more information to the committee around what each of those 9 characteristics mean and how to look at it. And so that rubric, I don't believe was available for that. Is that correct? It was not, right? The other change that we've made that are now all in policy, but were not in place when this book went through the process, again, came out of suggestions that different board members have made. And that is the idea of having a continuum, a 1 through 4 continuum, where when somebody applies to be on the committee, we get a sense of where they're at as far as, maybe believing that, all books should, most if not all books should stay on the shelf, to, having really specific reasons for why books should be removed. And so the continuum was also not in place at that time, correct? And then the other change that was requested was to change the word to consider. Remember, we said you should consider, the committee members should consider the 9 characteristics. The suggestion was to change that to will use, right? And so that policy change was made recently as well. And all of those things happened before this book went through. So just so you know, we've been listening to feedback from the board and putting those changes in, running it by our legal counsel to ensure that it still supports all the different statutes that are in place around library challenges. So I just wanted to make a point of that. And if I'd like to ask Tacey just to give us a kind of a brief overview of what she observed during this process. You also received all the notes that were taken by individual committee members that went through this process. So you're able to see what the committee members had to say about the book and the different characteristics. And those were all anonymous.
Good evening. So as Superintendent Haber said, for a book challenge, I just want to kind of walk through from the beginning what we do ahead of time, what happens in the committee meeting, and then what happens afterwards. So can you hear?
A little bit closer.
I thought it was loud in general. So all of the things that we send out ahead of time to the committee members are copies of both of the policies, so they are clear on both the selection process as well as the reconsideration process. And then we send out the complaint form that the complainant submitted so that all committee members know what the concern for that book is. We also send out ahead of time because prior to a reconsideration, we provide the complainant with why was that book purchased? How, what was the background of that? So if it's available, as you know, many of these books that are in our libraries were probably purchased before the current librarians. And so to have that history, we didn't really have a tight process possibly to be able to say that. But if there is a reason that they know how it was determined, that is provided to them. And then they also are provided with the professional reviews for that book by reputable sources who have reviewed that book, so that the committee members can also see what are the sources out there saying, not Facebook and those kinds of things, but reputable professional reviews. So they receive that ahead of time. And then Carol Bramschreiber, our district librarian, she does a great job of allowing an opportunity to have people, if you're unsure what this committee process is going to look like, although we have it in writing, she will hold a Teams meeting to explain to them the process so they can ask any questions. As Superintendent Haber said, the great part is, having been a part of these reviews last year, we've made a ton of improvements to really tighten our process to make it a little bit more clear for our folks. And so once we have selected the people to be on the committee, and as policy says, we, like for our middle school, we would select not just people from the middle school where the book was challenged, but teachers from across all middle schools so that we have different schools, different grade levels, different contents, and different perspectives, which has been really valuable compared to last year's process. All the staff was from that particular school. This has really provided good insight. In addition to that, we have parents that serve on district committees that volunteer to be a part of this process, and we're thankful for that. Ms. Hester has done that, one of those. And so when we bring folks together at the committee hearing, and you have seen a copy of this, but Carol has put together a really tight structure to help guide us through that process. So we come together at the school and we all introduce ourselves because as I said, we're from different schools. So it's fun that teachers start to see each other and interact across districts as well. And then we outline an agenda for them, like what is tonight's committee hearing going, or afternoon's committee hearing going to look like. We have grounded this in norms, and one of the things that district policy says is that if you want to be on this committee, you have to have read the book in its entirety, both the complainant and the committee members. So they all have to say, yes, we've done that, and that they've also received all of the policies and information ahead of time. And then we have set committee meeting norms where we say that we have to focus on the book, not on individuals. We have to speak for ourselves, not for others. We do not allow video or audio recordings, that minutes will be taken by a non-voting member, and that we provide each speaker 5 minutes to present their individual views after having read the book. We also ground it in our mission and vision about educating all kids and our values in Academy District 20 to make sure we understand that we're serving all kids and that every individual that comes to us has different needs. So we ground ourselves in that. And then we talk about what is the objective at the end of this committee hearing is to make a decision to either keep or remove the book from all middle school libraries or all high school libraries, whatever level it happens to be at. And then as a part of their packet, they get everything that they received in the mail ahead of time, email, and then they also get a list of the 9 criteria for their reference. That was also sent to them ahead of time. And we provide them a note-taking document so that they can, as each member is presenting, take personal notes that will help inform their vote at the end of the actual hearing. So we review those 9 selection criteria. And then at that point, we allow the complainant their 5 minutes, and then we continue on with each member being able to present for 5 minutes. And at that point, we don't have interruptions or questions and answers. We just give them 5 minutes, and we have a timer up on the, we didn't have a timer for this one up visually, but we used a phone, but we've moved to a visual timer so people can, kind of like at board meetings, can see how much time they have. And then after that, we talk about, have we addressed all 9 criteria by the voices in the room? Have we talked about age appropriate? Have we talked about literary value? All of the 9 criteria. And then at that point, we allow them 10 minutes for a question and answer. So if we're in a committee hearing and I say something that maybe Lauren doesn't understand, she can ask me questions. And that is just really to help people understand fully before they get ready to vote. And then we have a ballot, a secret ballot, if you will. Each individual person gets one of these and it's anonymous. They vote, fold it up, and I'm always the one who gets to count the votes. And then we count up the votes and I report those votes out to the committee, what the decision was to either keep or remove. And then at that point, we end our meeting with going back through the minutes. Here's what happened tonight. Here's the final vote, and then we also talk about next steps. So if anyone was not happy with the outcome, we refer them to policy and what that next step can look like. And then to Superintendent Haber's point, since that time, we email all of the minutes and all of the documents that folks have received back out to the complainant and to the committee members so that they have that information when that's over. And then moving forward after that committee meeting, the last hearing that we had, the book challenge, we implemented, we now have a rubric So those 9 criteria are placed on a rubric, and the rubric explains each of those 9 criteria at more depth, and it also gives them links so they could, if they want to understand literary merit, you can read it here, but you can also go to other links to really inform yourself what that means. And so the last one, all of our folks filled out the rubric, and we were able to see it more clearly, right? They also voted, but they filled this out before they came to the hearing. Questions about the process?
Any questions, board?
Just want to affirm that should we decide not to hear this, we are locking this book into 11 to, a middle school library. That's a 14+ book. That is correct, right?
Yes, with the caveat that it's labeled YA, so it is out there to know. And then, excuse me, if you remember, we've done a lot of education for our families around their ability to, help their children decide what's important for them. So if a family doesn't want their child to read that YA book, and those YA books are all clearly labeled in our libraries as designated as YA. And then we provided lots of family choice.
Director Yanez.
Okay, so this, I had the pleasure of teaching middle school for 3 years, 6th grade. I've also taught 5th grade, and nothing magical happens over that summer to these children. They come back in, the same 5th graders that I just left. So the fact that there's less 14-year-olds, right, in a middle school is always kind of the hang up, because there's such a, well, when publishers rate books YA, you get just that small portion of middle school and all of high school. And then you've got just varying degrees of developmental readiness between 11-year-olds and 14-year-olds. That is very evident. So I usually go to the publisher's recommendation because they have the most skin in the game, right? So they want to sell the most books. And this book is the publisher's recommendation is 14. I think this is a great opportunity for us as a board to talk about that opt-in policy for YA books. So whereas the default now is an opt-out, starting to talk about, and I know we've mentioned it before, the opt-in, still supporting all parents' rights. You might not like what's in the book, but we're here for all parents and all kids. So just like movies, my daughter, when, if going to a sleepover and there was a movie being shown, what rating is it? Some families will say yes, and some families say no. So I think when we're talking about a book that a publisher is actually recommending 14 for, and it's in a middle school, the safest, like we have to do what's the safest route for all kids and for all parents. I would just like to open up that for conversation if versus doing the 476 years of book challenges that I mentioned the last time we did one of these.
And Lauren, to that point, one of the things that I've asked Carol to prepare for us is she's actually diving into the data around how old our kids are in middle school, and lots of different data points that she's going to be bringing to our June 6th work session, because to your point, there are fewer kids who are 14, but by the time the end of 8th grade year, we have quite a few kids who are 14 when you actually look at that. And then to your point about the idea of just developmentally ready, that came up, and I think Ms. Shandy would concur that at that meeting, a lot of the committee members talked about age is one thing, but there's also this consideration of developmentally appropriate and also your life and what you've lived, right? Some kids have lived what's in the Hate U Give, if you will, at a much earlier age, and that book is totally okay for them and they get it and they can connect to it, but some kids haven't. So we've talked about that whole idea of age appropriate versus developmentally and maturity, and there's a huge span in middle school. That's what we struggle with. You're right, middle school is a hang up.
To that point, that's where I appreciate a balance that we could maintain of having, retaining these books in our libraries that have been brought up, while protecting those who are too young to have access to it without an opt-in. So it's completely giving the power to the parents, for going in. We've seen it's a pretty quick process to go in and be able to opt in with a book they know their child is ready for. So I do continue, like you all have said, I appreciate if we would continue the conversation of looking at opt-in policies for young adult books in middle school libraries.
Absolutely.
And just as a reminder, board, we will be, we have at least an hour slated right now, but we can always move our subjects around for our June 6th retreat, but we do have that on the agenda to talk more about that. So I can take that suggestion of the opt-in and, you know, kind of run it by our legal counsel and kind of check into that and then get an answer from them. And then I can send that to you as far as, you know, just making sure that something like that would meet statute requirements. But certainly consider it for sure.
Yes, sir.
Director Wilburn.
I think that moving to something more on the lines of an opt-in certainly makes sense. But to Mrs. Shandy's original point, providing books that are 14 plus to an audience largely 14 minus is bordering on irresponsible in some respects. But I always go back to my original comment at the original book hearing that we're simply voting right now whether or not to give the constituent their day in court. And I will always vote for that, no matter what the book is. If a constituent, if a parent is that concerned and has jumped through the flaming hoops necessary to get to this level, I believe it's our responsibility to give them their day in court and give them a vote one way or the other. So my vote's not going to change, and that's the reason why.
I would just propose that we have a lot of YA books in middle schools. And so whether this book remains or is removed does not solve the problem, which is why I think we need to have a larger conversation about the opt-in model to actually provide choice to parents on the front of this for that higher level books that are 14 plus.
Totally agreed, but this book is on our agenda for tonight.
Any other discussion? All right, roll call please. And reminder, a yay vote is to retain the book and uphold the previous decision. A no vote would be to turn this resolution down so that we could hear the appeal at a later time. Thank you.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mrs. Shandy?
No.
Mr. Wilburn?
No.
Mrs. Yanez?
Yay.
Mr. Salt?
Yes. Thank you. All right, Mr. Belcher, how many people have signed up to speak during public comment section number 2? Keep practicing.
10 individuals. Whoa. The light was on, I promise.
Got it. Thank you, sir. All right. We'll take a 3-minute recess, then we'll jump into public comment when we return.
I won't get too close this time.
Sounds good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can come back to order, we will continue with our meeting. First thing I will mention is you will notice the microphone has been turned down on the lectern. The ASL interpreters are having a hard time hearing with the movements and people standing too far away. So we have a handheld mic up there. So it's all ready to go. They will mute and unmute as necessary. So if you'll just please use the handheld when we do the public comment, it's already setting up there and that way we'll be ready to go. All right, Mr. Belcher, you said we had 10 individuals this afternoon for the second portion?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to read a truncated version of this. Please keep in mind that students often attend board meetings. Speakers' remarks, therefore, should be suitable for an audience that includes kindergarten through 12th grade students, including no use of profanities or obscenities. Comments concerning personnel matters should be directed to the superintendent or board president in writing with your signature. Supplemental materials can be given to the security guards, and they will be delivered to the board secretary. The board president will recognize each speaker, and consistent with GP 4.4, comments will be curtailed if remarks or behavior becomes inappropriate. The board president may interrupt, warn, or terminate a speaker's statement that is unrelated to the business of the school district, inappropriate for K-12 students, or disruptive to an orderly, civil, and productive meeting. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, first up is Mark Phillips, second is David DeFranco, and third is Heather Cloninger.
All right, thank you. My name is Mark Phillips. I'm a D20 resident for the last 17 years, have 4 D20 students. My wife is a full-time employee at Timberview Middle School, and I'm here to talk to you about boys volleyball and the expansion of the program within our district. Hopefully you all received an email at our last board meeting, but I wanted to come and speak to you because it's something I'm very passionate about. I'm not sure if all of you know, the first year that boys volleyball was sanctioned in Colorado, D20 chose not to have a team. Therefore, the boys from our school district had to find other places to play. They had success and enjoyed their time, but they had to drive, and that put an undue burden on many of those families. As boys volleyball has grown within the state, we've gone from 33 to 50 to now 71 teams throughout the state, and yet we still have only one team here. The 3 years that District 20 has had a team, we've had over 80 boys try out for only 36 spots, so cutting more than half of the individuals that are wanting to try. That's not to mention those that aren't showing up because they know they're not going to have an opportunity because of the success we've had. Speaking of the success, our varsity team over the last 3 years has had a record of 75-3, has won 2 state championships, and has had multiple all-state players. Our JV team in the last 3 years has been 44-2 overall as well. So there's an obvious need to divide into 2 programs from a competitiveness standpoint with other schools, as well as an opportunity to let some of these boys play. I understand there's budgetary challenges within the district. There's also Title IX challenges. I know there's solutions for that. If there's a will, when there's a will, there's a way. One suggestion I have, because I always like to bring a solution, is to remove one of the 4 hockey programs that potentially is being overutilized, where there's not as many players participating, and that would allow us to add a boys volleyball program. Now, I don't have enough time, but there's countless stories of people that have been affected by this individually, and I'd like you to consider this option.
All right, up to bat, David DeFranco. On deck is Heather Cloninger, and in the hole is Beth Hodgson.
Dry. Good evening. My name is David DeFranco. I'm a graduate of Rampart High School. My wife and I have 2 kids currently at Rampart High School, and I'm here to talk about sex ed again. The district currently brings in an outside vendor called Education for a Lifetime. Education for a Lifetime is an outreach of the anti-abortion group Life Network. The sex education provided to our children is abstinence-based. You talk about book banning, you talk about we're here for all parents. You say power to parents. I am asking this board to please consider offering an additional sex ed option to our children, an evidence-based sex ed. Evaluating such a program would probably take less time and resources than evaluating a book ban. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Heather Cloninger, then Beth Hodgson, and Jennifer Bergstrom is up third.
Good evening.
I continue to be heartbroken to see how people I've known and trusted in this district leadership, district leadership have turned out to be leading out of fear and silent bullying. Fear of this board and the threats they made in conversations during their campaign have been part of the situation with lower turnout for DAC and parent sounding board being almost non-existent. In the district that has thrived in making connections and building relationships, it's sad to see how many of our staff will be leaving at the end of this school year. They'll be missed, and the relationships they've built with their students will be felt by those left behind. I've heard that our beloved High Trails is going away. It makes me sad. It makes a lot of people sad because this is something that our sixth graders look forward to as they enter middle school. You speak of a portrait of a graduate. How do you think those start? With leadership programs like this. Lastly, on October 4th, I sat in a student-led forum where you, Derek, read graphic sexual content to a room full of students, some as young as 8 years old. I watched as parents shuttled their children away from your voice. As you ended your salacious rant, we were given a short break. And if you remember, I came up to you and said, I thought that was completely inappropriate. I thought you showed poor judgment and that you then took away all of the parents' rights that were in that room. You've recently put a cease and desist on one of your constituents. I find it funny that you're doing that to her because she has defamed you when you did that, and that's how you got in that seat right there to me and Will Temby. So it is absolutely hypocrisy.
Up for comment is Beth Hodgson. On deck is Jennifer Bergstrom, and in the hole is Catherine Gale.
Hello, my name is Beth Hodgson, parent of a D20 student and now resident of D20. Last week I had surgery. A couple of days later, I was talking to one of my teacher friends who said she found out that D20 opted out of the Colorado Family Plus. Colorado Family and Medical Leave was voted on by the citizens of Colorado. It passed at the state level with 58% of the vote and in El Paso County with 52% of the vote. Our citizens, including our staff, wanted this. This program provides a percentage of an employee's pay for up to 12 weeks in a rolling year. It covers paid maternity and baby bonding time off for your own major medical condition, and time off to care for a family member while they're unable to care for themselves. D20 opted out because they offer short-term disability. Short-term disability does not offer pay for a full 12-week maternity leave, baby bonding time for non-birthing parents, or time off to care for a loved one. All of our staff members have to take those leaves through FMLA, unpaid, or at least partially unpaid. I do recognize there's a cost to this program with half paid by the employee and half by the employer. The biggest issue with opting out is this topic does not get revisited until 2031, 8 years after the choice to opt out was made. The decision to opt out was not widely socialized with staff having input. If our goal is retention so our children can continue to excel in our schools and receive the highest standards of education, then we should be offering a prime benefits package. Opting out of a state level program will add to our difficulties attracting and retaining the best staff. When our daughter was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at 2 years old, I was privileged enough to be able to take 6 weeks off unpaid so that I could check her blood sugar 10 times a day and give her insulin shots 5 times a day while we settled into our new normal. I'm so glad that in 2024 in our state, when another family is faced with this type of difficult diagnosis, they won't have to make an impossible choice to care for their loved one or continue to go to work to make ends meet. I wish our staff had that same luxury.
Up for comment is Jennifer Bergstrom. Catherine Gale is next, and Rob Rogers is after Catherine.
My name is Jennifer Bergstrom. I'm a District 20 middle and high school parent. Colorado sunshine laws exist to ensure transparency, to uphold the public's right to be fully aware of governmental agency activities. 2 months ago, I put in a CORA request for the superintendent's electronic work calendar. I feel this request has been mishandled, leaving me no alternative but to address this issue publicly tonight. This has absolutely nothing personal against Superintendent Haberer. This is the public's right to know how our superintendent is spending her time at work. I believe that this request was illegally denied. The district has acknowledged, quote, that the nature of the information within the superintendent's calendar may not align with the specific types of personal demographic information typically associated with personnel files. However, our position is also informed by a broader interpretation of privacy considerations and the administrative discretion afforded to public entities in managing access to records that could reveal sensitive or confidential aspects of their operations. The broader interpretation is not in line with the law. CORA guidelines mandate that the default position is one of openness, releasing information, and with any exception to be narrowly construed. I informed the district of my potential intent to file a lawsuit regarding this denial. Per statute, the district's record custodian was supposed to arrange a meeting with me within 14 days to determine if the dispute could be resolved without filing in the district court. A month later, I still have not received a response. Let me be crystal clear. I don't want to file a lawsuit. I think that would be a waste of resources. But the refusal to release the calendar leads me to wonder what is being hidden. Why are you inviting litigation? We trust our children with you guys every single day. I expect the district to uphold transparency laws.
Up for comment is Catherine Gale. Up next is Rob Rogers, and in the hole is Brett Dayberry.
I'm Catherine Gale, and today's legal lesson will have to follow on the portrait of a graduate and the character. It has to do with personal awareness and accepting personal responsibility for one's actions. First, I'd like to define integrity. Integrity is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. Then I'd like to quote Ted Lasso. I don't recommend watching it if you are upset by F-bombs because they're very prevalent in British culture. Every day is a chance to be better than we were the day before. Ted Lasso. I also find it interesting that part of your portrait of a graduate is understanding the Constitution and promoting civic responsibility. Daily, or every board meeting that I'm able to come, I give you lessons on the First Amendment. And President Salt's misguided attempt to chill public comment with the threat of defamation lawsuits. And I've said repeatedly that when you're speaking about a public figure, that would include board members, the only way a defamation suit can be brought is if you said something that is knowingly false. And truth, even for private citizens, is the ultimate defense. I'd like to tell you about the Colorado SLAPP law, which is to enforce this behavior. Colorado's strategic lawsuits against public participation. Enacted in 2019, the law allows defendants to file a special motion to dismiss such lawsuits. These lawsuits are designed to prevent public figures from bringing
Thank
suits
you. Your time is
against
up.
private individuals.
Our next commenter is Rob Rogers, followed by Brett Dayberry and Tim Hoffman after that.
I'm a district resident, and I'm a district parent for another 6 days. This might be a little premature since any judge in their right mind would throw this garbage out immediately, but since I may be testifying in a lawsuit, I figured I'd get a little practice in. Director Wilburn previously wrapped up in a defamation lawsuit with Alex Jones, of all people, for spreading misinformation and conspiracy theories about the tragedy in Charlottesville, is now threatening legal action against a parent for voicing criticism after Mr. Wilburn traumatized her child at last year's student-led candidate forum. It is astonishing how Mr. Wilburn, once a defendant in such a case, now uses such similar accusations to silence dissent. This hypocrisy is as blatant as it is reprehensible. Mr. Wilburn champions the First Amendment when it suits him, but tramples on it when others use their free speech to call out his actions. So let's be clear. The First Amendment protects freedom of speech, including the criticism of elected officials like Mr. Wilburn, especially when that criticism is based on concerns for children's exposure to age-inappropriate content. It's alarming considering his complete lack of judgment at a student-led forum where he used shock value to score political points while simultaneously destroying his argument about porn being available in school libraries. One has to wonder if these are the tactics he teaches to aspiring public servants at Charis Bible College. But this is all on par for the course. Mr. Wilburn has always used intimidation against his critics, including myself. In private forums, he has stooped to calling me a lying, cheating, immoral, Satan-worshiping SOB and expressed wishes of physical harm towards me. This behavior is not just unprofessional, it's unbefitting an elected official whose duty is to serve the community. So do we allow an ASD 20 board member to misuse his position and intimidate those who dare to speak out? Or do we stand up for the principles of decency and accountability? So I urge every community member concerned about the integrity of our education system and our government to demand better. And board members, you do have options. The question is, will you let Derek Wilburn drag you all down with him?
Next up is Brett Dayberry. On deck is Tim Hoffman, and finally Bernadette Guthrie.
Of the thousands and thousands.
Hold on.
Am I good?
Yeah, we'll restart the time.
Of the thousands and thousands of school books, this book was the third most challenged book in the entire country this previous school year. It was removed and given restricted accessibility in 14 states in the last 2 years. For 3 of these members, to imply that their hands are tied is a farce. I've heard from a growing number of stakeholders in D20, many of whom contributed their finances, time, and effort to get Nicole and Aaron on this board. They are extremely disappointed in your decisions to not even review this book. You have rejected the values of those that have put you where you are today. That's why Heather's not sitting up there right now. Why do I stand here meeting after meeting discussing this issue? Because of the 8 billion people in the world, the very reason this book remains in my granddaughter's library comes down to the decisions made by 3 people, Lauren, Nicole, and Aaron. And according to current policy, it will remain there for the entirety of her high school experience. As a wise, dear friend reminded me, to not stand is to submit. To remain silent is to consent. As for me and a growing group of like-minded stakeholders, we will not submit and we will not consent to this evil being perpetrated on our children. Case in point, this book not only instructs children on numerous lewd sex acts, but it also encourages them to use dating apps to meet up with adults for sex. If this isn't offensive enough for D20, then we must ask what is. Just 2 days ago, State Representative DeGraff was gavelled off the State House for trying to read this book. Yet it's okay for our children to read. This cannot be swept under the rug. Policies need to be changed and board members need to be replaced.
Thank you. Your time is
Our
up.
children are far too.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Next up is Tim Hoffman, and followed by Bernadette Guthrie.
Tim Hoffman, harassment recipient. The last time I shared this information, I was rudely interrupted and Your Honor cut my mic, so I think it bears repeating. I work 2 jobs that require me to be trained, retrained, and certified on child protection. How to recognize risks, how to intervene, how to work proactively to protect children when risk behavior may be present. These requirements are stringent and they're applicable 24/7. In fact, my one employer stresses that this is not just on-the-job training. I'm expected to be aware of liability and risk to all children at all times in all places. There's a monster among us, and you guys know this. This person wouldn't be allowed to step 1 foot inside the gates of my school in Ethiopia. Does the country of Ethiopia care more about its children than we do? I would hope not, but this board's continual choice to ignore this situation is concerning. If I were to mimic and repeat the behavior of this person right here, right now, Your Honor would gavel me and my mic would be cut. This person should not be around children. That's something I would testify to and provide all the documentation to support to anybody. Furthermore, this person has recently laid claim to severe emotional distress due to truth spoken from right here, is now trying to use threats of litigation to stop those truths from being heard. This is the same person who for months stalked me and my family on social media, attempted to dox us online, referenced my children by name online, engaged in cyberbullying, threatened physical harm against me and others, lied to government entities while plagiarizing content they knew to not be theirs. This is also stuff I will happily testify to with receipts. The severely emotionally distressed person is also the same person who sits in this room mouthing words during public comment, making pouty faces to the public while they share. There's severe distress involved. I just don't think it's emotional. You guys, what are we doing? What are you doing? I have to believe that you guys have more self-respect than your actions regarding this behavior have shown. This is the legacy. Your names on that wall out there are leaving. If you're good with your name being attached to that, I can't do anything about it. But if not, you can probably repeat with me. Do the right thing and encourage this person to voluntarily resign from this board and free the district from the liability they bring so that D20 can start building back the reputation it once had. Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Finally, Bernadette Guthrie.
Two weeks ago, I received a cease and desist letter in the mail from a lawyer friend of Derek Wilburn. This letter, intended to intimidate me and prevent me from speaking about what Mr. Wilburn did to my daughter, threatens that unless I retract and apologize for the untrue statements I've made, he will take legal action against me for defamation. Therefore, I will spend the next 1 minute and 30 seconds apologizing for the following untrue statements that I have made about Derek Wilburn. Speaking of my daughter, she's had the new Taylor Swift album on repeat, and one song in particular had some lyrics that really seemed fitting here. In plain sight you hid, but you are what you did, and I'll forget you, but I'll never forgive the smallest man who ever lived.
All right. Thank you for all of our public commenters. Tonight we get to celebrate birthdays for Chio Stallworth, who is not here this evening, so we will have his card available when he returns. And Miss Nicole Collins, happy birthday. Superintendent Hubbard, do you have any clarifications or next steps?
Clarification is that at the next board meeting, we'll bring back the edits for the portrait of a graduate, and that we will come back with, I think that was it. Oh, for the bond, following that timeline. I just want to make sure that those two things are true for the next agenda.
Perfect. Thank you. We are down to 25 attendees. We peaked at 35. Ms. Hester, you were the winner when we were doing that, so congratulations. I wasn't sure if you wanted to know how many people are online, so I didn't tell you at that point. The other thing I wanted to mention as we move in, next week is graduations. So this is our last board meeting for May. So congratulations to all of our graduates that are coming up. We're really looking forward as a board to celebrate you next week and all the accomplishments. So enjoy. Board, was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statements, and our global end statement that reminds us that all students will have the knowledge, skills, and character necessary for successful transition to the next level, and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success? Did the board hear information tonight that would require the review or revision of a policy? So the library talking about, or not the library, but the opt-in side of things, I think would be the, we're going to look at. Right. Did the board hear information tonight that would require new policy? Did the board hear information tonight that the board would like to include on a future agenda? Ms. Yanez?
I wrote it down on this part. I finally remembered. We talked about putting the state demographer visit on a future agenda, which would be probably really good information.
Great, thank you. All right. With that, that is all of the business for this evening. This meeting is adjourned.